Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the special board meeting for the Elk Grove Unified School District for October 3rd, 2023. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special board meetings, the public comment may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Individual speakers may be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comment by the board will be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment on an item. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their individual total time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to invite Ms. Lori Rainieri up to the podium to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's wonderful to see you in daylight and not be keeping you till midnight, Ms. Rainieri. Thank you. And with that, I will pass it to Superintendent Hoffman for the overview of the day.
Thank you very much. Really important day. So I'm glad that the team is here and the presentations we'll see today. These are things we're going to be working on for the foreseeable future, big ticket items and things that will have an impact on our families, our staff, and our kids for years to come. We'll kick off with a review of things that are going on with regards to school funding with facilities. We'll kind of go back a little bit and look at Measure M. And I shared with the principals last week. I had a chance to meet with each of them in the groups, and I asked them, hey, you know, we sold the last Measure M round of bonds, and that's good because that means all of your schools are exactly the way you want them, right? And they didn't. There was a resounding no, they're not quite there yet. So that's part of the work we'll be doing today as we get ready to do the site assessments and determine needs moving forward, and then a strategy for taking that on. So again, really important kickoff meeting today. And then the work that we've been doing over the past couple of years, and work we plan on continuing moving forward, is the one-time funding sources we've done through the federal government that took us through the pandemic, the initial work that the board and direction has given us in using some of the state one-time funds to keep some of these programs and folks and positions in place. But in the end, we need to have a long-term solution for these kinds of services that I believe, and we'll have to prove it to the board, and we'll bring back evidence to that. But there are many exciting and important services that are happening at our schools now as a result of this planning, and we do want to come up with a long-term solution for that. So today will be a great conversation about that. And then the review of the handbook. So I want to make sure that the board agrees to how they're going to interact with each other and the public as we do all this important work. So it's a lot of good topics. We do have some consent agenda items that will help us just continue the work instead of waiting until our next regular meeting. This will help business move along. And then we'll jump into closed session and do a little work with regards to negotiations. So it should be a productive day and really kick off the work that the board and staff will be working on for the foreseeable future. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Our next item is the overview of the district school facilities funding. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Dr. Coates, take it away.
Well, good morning, Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and public who are watching. Just as Superintendent Hoffman said, today is the overview of facilities funding, where we were with Measure M, where we could be in pursuing additional revenue streams for facilities funding. And we're bringing our financial advisor, Government Financial Services, Lori Ranieri and Keith Weaver up to provide that presentation. Thank you.
You're saying this is not working? Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for having us. And it is kind of fun to come here in the light of day. And of course, driving here today, we saw a lot of kids going to school because we came a little early because not to put in a plug for a local business, but I happen to like the Chrysler dealership in Elk Grove better than in Davis. So my 20-year-old car is being serviced today. This is Keith Weaver. He's our Director of Services, and he's been in the background working on your material, but today is his first time being here with me to present. So I'm going to start, and then Keith is going to pick it up. So we're going to start with telling you what we're going to talk about. The first thing is review of Measure M, which I've presented many times, but we're going to kind of give you a review, and then we're going to review CFD number 1, and then Keith is going to talk about raising additional funds and then next steps. So this is just a refresher. I know everybody knows this, but it's nice to pull it all together, which is that we have Measure M, we have developer fees, we have the state school facilities program, and then we have CFD1. And then there are a lot of one-time funds that come up from time to time, but these are the major funds that we use for facilities. And we like to look at this dashboard at a staff level. We thought you would like to see it. So this shows us the debt that we have outstanding. So as you know, we now have issued 476 million of Measure M bonds, and we have 425 million left to be paid. And then CFD number 1, you may remember we've borrowed against that using bonds and COPs, and we choose based on what is most financially efficient in the marketplace, based on credit rating, and what we think we can make the most of leveraging those tax dollars. Because with CFD1, the taxes are based on a special tax formula. Doesn't matter how we borrow against it. They're going to be levied the way they're levied, and so we want to leverage very efficiently. We also want to be efficient with the GEO bonds, but the tax rates are a result of what we issue in terms of bonds and how we pay it back. You can see the in the lower left-hand corner, the principal outstanding from our various sources of debt and the years remaining. And what you can see is as we go through this process, we're paying down our debt. And then you can see that Measure M, as Superintendent Hoffman said, is completely exhausted. CFD number 1, we have bonding authority left, but we also have the ability to issue COPs supported by CFD1, and we don't have any authorization for COPs and lease purchases because you give that at the time that we issue, and we've done everything you've directed us to do so far. So any questions about sort of this overview as we look at debt? Nope. Okay. So next item is Measure M, and you know, we talk about this every time, but I love to remind us that over 70% of the votes were in favor. It's a very high percentage, more than 2/3. So I just toss out that would have been the threshold for a 2/3 measure before we even had the 55%. It's also what a parcel tax requires. So definitely the voters were with us in 2016, and a lot of effort was put out to educate the electorate and help them understand. And then we had the ballot question. One interesting thing, if we were to consider another measure, there's been a change in the law, and so the ballot measure includes different language. And I will say there was a lot of Sturm und Drang about how to use these words, but my own personal experiences, I've actually never had a question like on election day from somebody not understanding what the ballot question was or what did it mean. It just has never come up. So I'm not actually sure that it's as important as we think, but we think it's important. I'm just saying maybe not quite as much as we think, because I think a lot of people went into the polls when you get 70% of the vote, they were already ready to vote yes. Made sense to them. And as Superintendent Hoffman said, it makes sense to people who've been in the schools, and we have some schools that look fantastic, and we have more to do. And we want everything. We want every student to be in a great facility, no matter what they're doing in our district at all times. So we had a great success and a great story to tell with Measure M. We were able to achieve $14 million more for facilities than expected. Our funds were received faster, which meant we were able to accelerate projects and not have inflation erode our costs as much as it might have. And the big number here is lower debt service of $232 million for taxpayer savings. And I know that that is an astounding number, given that the measure was only $479 million. I say only, but it's relative, $232 million worth of savings. And why is that? Because we plan so that our bond plan can be executed even if there are adverse economic conditions. Now, that stands in contrast with many districts around the state. They have a bond measure, then they can't issue their bonds because they've been, I would say, they've had too rosy a picture in their planning. We plan for adverse conditions, and then we make it better as we go. And that's the way to keep your promises, right? We promise what we think we for sure can do, even if things aren't going with us, and then we make it better. The other thing is a lot of districts don't pay as much attention to this. I'll say Keith and I are both certified fraud examiners, and we go around the state dealing with troubled situations, and we'll say that a lot of times attention is not paid to what should be paid. And this is big money. And in this district, the details are very important, and we work very hard at them at the staff level, and you ask good questions here, and that's how you get this kind of result. When people say, how do you get it? It's the details are important. And we make sure that we go over it, we model it. And so we've had a great result. So I think this is a wonderful story to tell Measure M taxpayers. And to put another way, there's $232 million more in taxpayer pockets now and in the future than we told them at the time of the election. And that has a huge economic impact. They can spend that money however they want. So to me, that's also a matter of liberty, that we're not taking taxes under force of law that we don't need. So the next thing is a reminder about how those GO bond tax rates are determined. I mentioned the tax rates are the result of the fact that we've issued bonds and now we have debt service to be paid. And you'll notice that this mathematical formula has that almost equals sign, or approximately equals, because it's a more complicated formula than this, but this is sort of the basics, that the debt service has to be shared by the entire tax base, with every property paying its pro rata share. And we're going to talk a little bit later about the differences among properties that you may become aware of. But one thing that we care a lot about is the tax base growth. And the average growth rate since 2015-16 has been almost 6.5%, and we were projecting just under 4.5%. So we love it when the source of revenue grows faster than we projected. Now, we had very careful projections. You might remember that we aligned them to the district's expectation of housing growth that drives the enrollment growth, that drives some of the school facility needs. So we were very cautious, but precise with that assumption. And then things just went fast. But you'll notice, you can look back to the financial crisis days back in 2008, 2009, and that seems like a long time ago. To me, it seems like yesterday, because so many interesting things happen in the financial market. And as Keith points out, I find everything interesting. And I remind him that's why I'm so inefficient, but because I'm always following every lead, but I am interested in this stuff. But you can see that often after a lot of growth, we see a decline. So we're not projecting a decline, but we are aware of the potential for that to happen. And one way to be more consistent when you have volatility is to actually project your line right through the middle of that, right? So we project growth, but we project it at a relatively low level to be conservative. And that way the higher growth years make up for when it dips, if that makes sense. You can see that curvy line, and we're trying to get right through the middle there. So the next thing is, what about tax rates? We talked about all the money that we saved taxpayers, and how does that show up in the tax rate? So I got my tax bill last week. I was very excited when I opened my mailbox because I always like to see what it says. And I don't know if anybody else was. And I don't know that anybody in Elk Grove said, Gadzooks, the taxes are 20% lower than we expected. Because it's just one little tax rate in a lot of tax rates, right? So it is something to show people because the overall economic effect, economics can be a micro thing or a macro thing, right? $232 million has been saved for taxpayers, but it shows up here in the tax rate. Our current average is projected at $31.87 and our original target was $38. So that's something real. And that's per 100,000. So obviously if somebody's assessed value is 200,000 or 300,000, you would multiply that by 2 or 3 accordingly. Now, how would somebody know their assessed value? It's printed on their tax bill. And we're going to go over that in a few minutes. Before we do, I want to talk about CFD number 1, because when I talk about the tax bill, I want you to know what people will see from that as well. So this goes back all the way to 1987. And probably nobody here remembers that but me, and I'm revealing my age. Okay, thank you. You're with me on that. And then it was amended in 1998. And the district was very forward thinking to use the Community Facilities District law. And what a lot of people don't realize is that 1987 election was the second attempt at a district-wide CFD. From 1978 through 1986 in this state, we had no school bonds. A lot of people don't realize that Prop 13 wiped out school bonds. They came back with a proposition in 1986. It was actually Proposition 46, but Elk Grove had already worked this idea out for how to tax and have the CFD be responsive to new development that was coming in. So what do we use the taxes for? We have cash funded projects, so not everything is funded with debt. And then we support and pay back our special tax bonds and our COPs and lease purchase. So we have this revenue that's coming from this tax rate formula, and then we leverage it as we think makes sense for the projects that we have. And so here's the debt being repaid, and we have a projection of our tax revenue, and we focus on having about 110% what we call coverage ratio, meaning that we don't want our debt to be any closer than that 10% margin with the revenue. And we can spend the money on cash expenditures, but debt gets paid first. So we want to make sure we have a nice cushion, and that's one of the reasons why we get a good credit rating. So this is a table that's from the district special tax report, and you've seen it before. The font is kind of small. I can't take responsibility for that because it's not our table, but I want to draw your attention to the range of taxes that people are paying, because their taxes are based on the year of development and the use of the property, et cetera. Now, I don't think we actually get a lot of questions anymore about CFD. I think people have kind of settled in and they look at what they paid last year, and if it's similar, they're okay. But it is a pretty innovative thing. But I wanted to show you the tax bill, especially since hopefully those of us who own property, and I don't know if you own property, but you just opened your mailbox and saw your tax bill. And if you didn't say, oh, good, I'm glad this is here. Next year, maybe you will. So I'd be very nervous if the tax bill didn't come. And kind of reminds me, there was a city in Southern California that got into some financial trouble. And Keith and I were at the fraud conference, which is a national conference, and somebody was presenting on this situation. And one of the things they presented was the city had not had an audit for 3 years. And when you're talking to a group of fraud examiners, everybody is horrified at that. And I'm thinking, oh, I can totally relate to that, because you bring the audit report and people are saying, do we have to do this again? We just did this. Because not everybody opens their mailbox and says, oh, I'm so glad the tax bill's here. So anyway, this is an example tax bill. And these numbers are so small, I cannot even read this. Keith, what is the assessed value on this property? It's 353,000, right? Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. He has much better vision than me. And you can see there's a long list of things. And one of the interesting things about the property tax bill is that the 1% general property tax is the biggest portion of what everybody pays, but it is not itemized. So the way I think of it, it's like a hotel bill, right? You get a hotel bill and the biggest amount is the amount for the room. And then there's like 5 other charges. And sometimes there's charges I don't even think I got anything for, right? Like a resort fee and a newspaper. Nobody gave me a newspaper, right? But there's all this other fees. Okay, so a lot of people don't understand that the detail is actually the smallest part of their tax bill. But sometimes they'll compare, and they'll compare one thing to another, and they'll also compare sometimes to last year. So this is what a property that had what was essentially the median assessed value paid, and that is relevant for their Measure M bond tax, but their assessed value is not relevant for their CFD tax. That has to do with the year that it was built and et cetera, the use. Okay, the next thing is that tax bills vary widely, even among neighbors. So maybe you need a magnifying glass to see this, but what you can see is that the general property tax is that 1% of assessed value, but you can see that the assessed value varies widely, and these are properties on the same street, right? So even though we talk about the CFD has to do with when your property was built, the assessed value has to do with when it last transferred. And for years, you could explain to people, oh, that's because of Prop 13, and they would know what you're talking about. You can't say that anymore because it's almost like saying, remember, that's when we used to hook up the horse to the buggy, and then this happened, right? Nobody knows what you're saying when you say Prop 13 anymore. So I'm going to just give you the basics. If you get caught in the grocery store and somebody wants an explanation, in 1978, California changed. It was a constitutional amendment. Prop 13 became Article 13A of the Constitution. Anybody can look it up on the internet. But what happened to property values? All assessed values were rolled back to 1976 levels. And then reassessment happens when one of 4 things happens. A year passes. And then all properties, if they didn't have any of the other events, all properties go up at last year's California Consumer Price Index not to exceed 2%. And many, many times it has been less than 2%, something like 8 times or something. So people think that never happens, but it has happened. In fact, one year it was negative. That was in that recessionary period. So that's what most people experience. The next thing is you improve your property. So I added a wood stove to my property. The building permit amount went right to the county. They added exactly that amount to my assessed value. Now that one, we often get phone calls because people don't remember they added something to their home and their assessed value, and they never told the county. The county got it off the building permit. So then their assessed value goes up. The next reason is that the property is sold, right? So it gets reassessed at the transfer value. And then the final reason is the assessed values can go down. So let's say the market goes down and the county reassesses everybody downward. And then one person 3 doors down sells their house and they bring everybody back up to where they would have been if they hadn't gotten the decline. So those are kind of changes that in the first 20 years after Prop 13, we didn't have the going down and the being brought back up, but we've had that a lot since 2008. So and I will say, if anybody asks you a question, they don't understand their tax bill, we'll be glad to look at it with them and help them understand. And when we had Measure M on the ballot, we did have a few questions, and they all proved to relate to people didn't realize that improvement on their home had been added to their assessed value. So when we talk about taxes, that causes people to go ahead and look at their tax bill. So Keith's going to take over from here.
Hi, good morning. So I think Lori shared that we've had a lot of success with Measure M, and we've had a lot of success with CFD number 1. And so now we're thinking about how to raise additional funds, right? We still have facilities work to do. How can we get some more funding to help with our next phase of facilities work? So we have 3 main ways that we can raise facilities funds. A big one through the state of California, through the state school construction program. There are currently 2 bills that are floating through the state legislature that are discussing putting a state bond on the ballot in 2024 that may help provide additional funding for this program. But in order for us to access it, though, we do need a local match. So that is something for us to be mindful of, is we need to have our own funds in order to be able to get the state funds. Second is new development. So new development is a great source of revenue for us, but it does experience volatility, right? There's boom and bust cycles as development occurs. So it's not a lot of certainty around it. And even though it is a nice source of revenue, it's not enough to satisfy the amount of facilities work that we have. And then the third is through the local community through a voter approved bond measure. And there's two main ways of bond measures, and we've had both here. One is community facilities district bonds. This does require 2/3 voter approval. We didn't achieve that with Measure M, but it is a pretty high bar. And the second method is general obligation bonds, and that's a lower 55% threshold. It does comes with some more strings attached, though. We do have a maximum projected tax levy that we need to be mindful of. There are oversight and accountability requirements. But on the nice side is that funds can be used for furniture and equipment, which isn't allowed under all types of bond measures. So this is a chart showing the historical GO bond measures around the state here in California, looking specifically at school districts and 55% voter approval bond measures. And the red line along the top is the success rate. And there's been some volatility, but the average has been around 75% success statewide. And then the bars are showing the different types of elections. So we have in blue our primary elections, in green our general elections, and in red our off-cycle elections. And I think of note here is that in green is the general election. We do have a general election coming up in 2024. The general election tends to be the most common time that school districts place bond measures on the ballot. And it also tends to be the most successful time that school districts place bond measures on the ballot. So I think that's a good piece of history. And then we're showing specifically what's happened here in Sacramento County. You can see all the school districts going back to 2010 that had placed bond measures on the ballot. And I think what you can see is that there's been a lot of success here in Sacramento County. Sacramento County voters tend to be very supportive of school district bond measures. The success rate countywide has been 89%. And of course, Measure M is included on this list as one of the successful measures. And then this next chart is showing the state school bond measures. Also generally a lot of success, although the most recent measure in March 2020 was not successful. But again, the state's thinking about putting another state school bond on the ballot in 2024. And what will happen if that does occur is that we would expect there to be sort of a marketing effort, right? A campaign effort by the state around the idea of, hey, let's fund our schools, right? Our schools need work on facilities. Let's help support our schools. So the timing of a state bond measure with a local bond measure could be quite fortunate. Now, just for some context, we're showing some of the large districts around the state of California. These are the top 10 largest school districts by enrollment. And you can see the bond measures that have been placed on the ballot that have been successful. And you can see, it's ranged as high as $7 billion from LA Unified, who had a successful measure in 2020. San Diego Unified has been $3.5 billion. Long Beach has been $1.5 billion. So I think just for some context, a lot of districts, the larger districts are pursuing some very, very large bond measures. So there's something to be of note there is what other districts are doing around the state. So as we think about a bond measure here in Elk Grove, we're starting by thinking about the couple legal constraints that we have to be aware of because they constrain what we can do. One is our taxing capacity. The education code requires a maximum tax levy of $60 per 100,000 assessed valuation. So that will put an upper limit on what we can achieve here. Secondly, we have a bonding capacity constraint, which is 2.5% of our assessed value. So we have to work within both of these constraints in order to put a bond on the ballot. So we're showing as a starting point, we're showing what could be achieved here at that maximum tax levy of $60. We can always scale down, but just as a place to start, we thought it'd be helpful to see what's the most that we could achieve based on that maximum tax levy. So we're showing here tax levies being projected for a potential bond measure And bonds could be issued over time. And, but over the duration, the tax levy would not exceed that $60 per $100,000 of assessed valuation limitation. And then what we're also showing is our second constraint, which is bonding capacity. And our bonding capacity is currently 1.1 billion. We have about $400 million of outstanding Measure M bonds. So that uses up a portion of our bonding capacity. And we have about 700 million in available bonding capacity today, but that does grow over time as our assessed valuation grows and as our Measure M bonds get paid off. So you can see the growth in our capacity there. So we work within both of these limitations. So another thing for us to be thinking about is interest rates. This is a chart showing interest rates going back to the 2016 during Measure M. And you can see the volatility in interest rates. And there's been times when interest rates were going up during Measure M, they went down, and now they're going back up again. And so interest rates have been ramping up over the last couple of years. But just for context, the current benchmark interest rate, as shown here, is kind of right around the same level that it was when Measure M was approved. So while interest rates are higher today than they were a couple of years ago, and there's a lot of news in the media about interest rates going higher, they're really sort of right around the same levels as when Measure M was done back in 2016.
In our market.
In our market. And yeah, sure. I want to, good point. So this is the context of the bond market. Mortgage market, other markets can be quite different than what we're seeing here in the bond market. But that being said, we are assuming that interest rates will go up. This is another factor, a way for us to be conservative. Lori mentioned, we plan for adverse conditions. We're planning for interest rates to rise further. If it doesn't happen, great. We'll get to do this less expensive. But just to be conservative, we're just assuming that interest rates will continue to go up based on historical volatility. So where does this get us? Factoring in all these constraints, we estimate that at maximum, again, as a starting point, that the potential bond measure amount could be $1 billion. And we're showing that plan here. We're showing it getting phased in over time. And just for a place to start, we're showing about 250 million could be done in 2025. Then every couple of years thereafter, over a 7-year time horizon, that $1 billion could be completely issued and help generate funds for this facilities program. After expenses, this gets us about 985 million for the facilities program. So again, this is a starting place for sort of maximum potential. But we could always do less. And what we're showing here is a table of what could be achieved at different tax levies, right? So we started at the maximum, and as we work our way down, we could have different bond measure amounts based on that maximum tax levy. How do we know what's a good tax levy, right? How do we know what's a good bond amount? Where do we assess what our community thinks and what our voters think? The option there is to have a public opinion survey, and that could give us some feedback about what our community thinks about what's a feasible tax levy, what's a feasible bond measure amount. So we kind of have some parameters to work with, and then we can then test, what does our community think about these different parameters. So in terms of next steps, we've made a lot of great progress already. We're underway with assessing our facilities needs. We're here today sharing with you some information about finance. If we'd like to continue further, a next step would be that public opinion survey, right? That'll give us some feedback from the community about what do we think about our facilities, what do we think about tax levies, what do we think about bond amounts. So that could be our immediate next step. And then based on that survey, we would get feedback from the community, and that would help us then transition to engagement, right? What does our community want to hear from us? What might they be confused about and maybe need some more clarity? What are the right messages that should be shared with our voters and with our community more broadly? And then after that, based on that engagement process, we'd have more information from the community, And that would give us the information necessary to then sort of fine tune what we're doing, to finalize our plan. And then we seek direction and say, and ask for your consideration about potentially placing a bond on the ballot. What would that ballot measure say? What would be our facilities list that we would try to tackle with that bond measure? What's the right bond measure amount? What's the right tax levy? So those would be coming to you in the spring. And then we'd ask for approval by June to actually place a bond measure on the ballot. Our deadline is August 9th. So that's the deadline that we have to meet in order to get the information to the county so that can then go on the ballot. And then following that, hopefully there'll be a campaign that's independent of the district that would work for some advocacy to help have a successful measure. And then the election is on November 5th of 2024. And with that success, then we would start putting into place some of the oversight and accountability requirements. So I think that's what we have to share with you today. I know it's quite a lot of information, but hopefully it's been helpful. And I think we'll pause there and ask if there are any questions.
Members, I'll take hands. Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I just have one quick question of you, and then I have one of Kristen. But first of all, I just want to say, as always, the information is concise. It's easy to understand. No slight to you, but I told Chris that any good morning that starts with Lori is a good morning. A question. On page 3, you listed different funding sources, the primary sources. Where does Mello-Roos fit into that? And the reason I ask the question is because many constituents have been asking that question in one of our attendance areas.
So you can see that that's in Fund 49. And this has been tremendously effective over the years, right? And we could do a whole hour giving you the history and all the revenue that's been raised and where it's been spent. But one of the interesting things about the CFD is that it's not as efficient as an ad valorem tax in terms of what the average taxpayer pays and how much money we can get. That's why we moved to the GEO bond model. Well, one of the reasons. Well, I don't know why you did. It's one of the reasons I thought it was a good idea. And the reason is because when you have an ad valorem tax, every taxpayer is taxed, right? In the CFD, everybody is taxed according to our formula. So some properties are taxed according to the formula, might be taxed very low. We're going with basically what Prop 13 dictated in having a GEO bond. So it's very efficient for what the average person pays, and their taxes go up and down with respect to how their other taxes go up and down, right? Based on their assessed value. So that's why we moved from the CFD to the GEO bond model. Maybe I'm getting ahead of your question, but that is in the funds are in Fund 49. And we pay the debt first, and then we have the cash pay as you go. And we do have a chart that shows the annual revenue. That's where we showed the debt service coverage, if you want to take a look at that.
That's okay.
No, okay.
Thank you. And Kristen, as we go forward and look at the probability of going with another general obligation loan, how we look at it, you have to be a 20-year-old school to be eligible for modernization. How?
25.
Pardon me?
25.
25? I thought it was 20. 25.
20 for portables?
20 or 25?
I believe it's 25.
Okay. And how many more of our schools will fall into that category?
That is a great question. In the August 18th facility update that Sue Bell presented, and I'm trying to channel back to that slide, I want to say there were 18 that were coming up in the next 5 to 10 years. Currently, what the team is doing is getting ready to update that facility master plan. do the facility needs assessment at each of our sites and our ancillary buildings. And so with that, it's going to help us generate a more accurate estimate of what our actual facility need is. In Sue's initial preliminary assessment, without doing the full comprehensive, she was already upwards of about $1 billion.
And then one last question based on that. I presume there's two things we want to find out in a survey. One, naturally, how receptive are people to another bond? But that would guide us towards looking at what is the maximum we should try to achieve, because we have a greater need. We still had unfunded need. Now we have additional need. And I would think we would want to go for the highest reasonable number. Correct?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the survey will tell us what's the sort of the most that we could achieve that would be reasonable for our community to support. And up to you, but I think given the facilities needs that we have, I think we would try to seek to get the most funding that we could get because we have so much need.
Yeah.
And recognizing that Measure M was our first GO bond.
Right.
We were relatively conservative
Yeah.
in what we did the first time, but we didn't have a previous bond track record to be able to demonstrate. So one of the things that we're working on, and you saw that in part of the work that was shared today, is we have a demonstrated track record of being very efficient with the dollars, and then you can see the actual projects that have happened. So that'll be part of the work as well. Now we have the track record to be able to lean on and show people what's actually happened.
Oh, yeah. The district track record is pretty admirable. Yeah.
So
All
if
right.
I could just add, the survey actually tells you a lot of things that are very interesting. If you're numbers geeks, and you got 3 of them right here, which is that it doesn't just tell us what tax rate people will support. It correlates the tax rate to everything else that's been asked in the survey. So you can tell whether people will vote for a higher number if they get certain things, which is what do you get for it? But there's another really interesting aspect to it, which is you can find out whether the number matters based on who they are. And so the survey looks at what is their political party, what is their age, what are their demographics, right? So anybody that would survey me would say, oh my God, Lori will vote for anything for schools, right? Raise the number as high as possible. You're not ever going to get a no out of her, because they actually tranche it like that. They say, would you support $60 per 100? Would you support 50? You know, they tranche it, and then they correlate that to all these other factors. And that's why it's really interesting, because every one of you ran for election and you know a lot about the electorate, but I'm going to put forward that anybody who knows you knows a lot about the school district, because they at least know that there's a school board. Right. And there's a lot of people who don't know how things work or what their vote means, or they just don't. And so the really helpful thing is to just find out what is driving people's information, knowledge, tendency, and we can see that in the survey. So I find this survey phase really interesting for what we learn about our registered voters. And then I also want to say the registered voters make the decision in an election, but that's not everybody we serve. That's one of our constituencies, but every school district in California actually serves the state of California, because having a free public education where you live is guaranteed in the California Constitution since our original Constitution in 1849. So our mission, right, is very broad and serves everyone, and everybody who lives here is entitled to a free public education. And then we have the registered voters, and then we have the taxpayers, and then we also have all the normal constituencies that you think of: staff, parents, other interested parties that actually are on campuses and know something. And I'll just say this, I am a person who thinks I know a lot about schools, but I can tell you, in the neighborhood that I live in, you know what I do with the schools? I walk past them while walking my dog. I mean, I don't have a child in school, so I'm not in school, so I don't know everything that's going on. And I would say I'm not even typical, because I'm a busybody. there's a lot of people who walk by and don't realize they even walk by a school, right? So this survey is going to really help us find out what are people's impressions, and we have to be prepared that the survey might tell us that people think things that we know not to be true. And therefore we know that we have to do public information in that area because people have some impression. And my goodness, the impression could have come from a movie they saw or a TV show that has nothing to do with our district, you know?
And Lori, I might add, doing that polling survey allows us to account for what's going on outside of just our local district, but what is happening with inflation, with gas prices, wars in Ukraine. And so it allows us to really make some informed decision on what is this the right time?
To follow up on that, does the is the survey, is any part of the survey geared towards not just decision making, but also once we get into the campaign phase, how to, specific communities, what they think, where, like you were talking about, all of that information broken down by specific geography, specific, trustee areas, so that once we hit the campaign phase, we know, who we're talking to essentially.
So we have to remember that the survey is a district research effort. And so its purpose is to inform your decision-making. However, the results will be presented publicly, and the information in the survey may be of interest to people working on the campaign. But the purpose for which you would, if you decide to move ahead, commission a survey is for your decision-making. And this is a really important legal point, because at the point where you're researching and analyzing and making decisions, you can spend district resources doing that. You can be on district property. You can be using a district computer to talk about it. But from the moment forward that you make a decision, there's a very bright line that all activities about, persuading people or whatever it is, we have to be really careful, because the penalties are not only against the district, they're personal. So we will have some information for board members and staff to know exactly what you can and can't do. So the survey is for your decision-making, but it will be presented publicly, and that information may be helpful to others.
And this is a great timeline of the work, but what is really key in here is the legend of who can do what, as a cursory starter. And so anything in blue is what district staff does. Anything in purple is the community, and then anything green cannot be district activities.
Yeah, so there'll be a separate, like there was with Measure M, there was a Measure M campaign, committee, and they did the work. Now we can participate in that, but it's outside of our hours, outside of our work time. So there's some very clear lines that have to be drawn, and so it makes for a very long several weeks, but but in the end, it's all worth it.
Well, that's what all the late nights were.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I have one point or question to make here. So with the survey and the estimate amount of the bond and then the actual bond that we get, I see that we get 17 million more. So how do you correlate the two together? Because I heard that we take their survey and determine the amount that we need, and then we got the estimate, and then we got the actual. So how does that come into play as far as the actual amount that we're going to take?
So the amount that the board decides to put on the ballot will be a decision that you make with the information from the survey. So what do you think is feasible to get the required vote? What do you think we need?
Right.
And you'll make that decision based on all those different factors together. And that's why you have plenty of time in that column. But you were talking about the $14 million more. Is that what you're asking about?
Right.
Why do we get more? We got more because we issued all of our bonds, but the net amount was more because we had lower costs of issuance. and we issued the bonds in less series than we anticipated. So that could happen here. Now, we had, I think, 5 original series in Measure M, if I'm remembering correctly. We reduced it to 4. Here, we're only showing 4 series, but that work still has to be done more. Maybe we'll be planning for 5, maybe we'll be planning for 6, maybe we'll be planning for 4, but the way we get savings is by shortening the term and borrowing at a lower interest rate. So there's 2 things there. If you shorten the term, you typically, not always, but you typically get a lower interest rate and you pay for less time, right? So that makes it cheaper. And then by issuing less times, it's just like if you took, 3 loans instead of 4, 4 loans instead of 5, you save those costs of issuance. So that's where everything on that page is coming from. Does that make sense? I kind of did it out of order. I apologize. Keith wants to
No.
straighten me out.
No, that's great. I'll just add to a lot of the costs. So this specifically, the 14 million more is looking at what was actually available for facilities projects. And so it's net of all the costs that come into it. A lot of the costs we go out to bid. And so we don't necessarily know what those costs are today, but we're estimating what they might be conservatively, and then hoping that through our bid results, we'll get to actually achieve lower costs than we anticipate. And so that's where the savings comes in. And because those costs did come in lower, we are able to get more money into the facilities program.
And less series. We went to the market less.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add to that, all of those decision points that lead to more efficiency, that lead to more money, our advisors are actually bringing those to us before every bond sale. So we are part of the process, and we're having this conversation, and we see that unfold in real time.
Yeah, and I appreciate the process that you guys put down in the last couple of slides. So that's really clear. And yeah, I appreciate that.
Right. Just to add one more thing about those decision points. And sometimes people will say, why are you so conservative? And it's like, because I want to live through a recession. That's why people will say you're overly conservative. And it's like, well, we're not overly conservative given what could happen. We don't need to plan for a sunny day. I know what we're going to do on a sunny day, but it's the rainy day that we plan for. And that's why Elk Grove has been so successful with Measure M. And I want to support what the chair said. We are revisiting our modeling all the time. So we'll be revisiting, not every day, but periodically with the district staff. And we will do that right up until you make a decision. And then the plan will be set. And if it's passed by the voters, then we start implementing. And before every bond sale, we spend a few months planning, where are we? And we not only plan for that bond sale, but we plan the whole remainder of the plan. So when we come to you and say, okay, we're time to issue the first series, we show you what we expect to happen after that. And so that's why Measure M has been such a fabulous story. And I appreciate you letting us tell it, because my family doesn't want to hear this anymore. But Billy is paying attention to the details. And Keith and I are actually preparing a conference presentation specifically on the topic of risk of assumptions, which just doesn't, in my book, get enough attention. People think, oh, what's the difference, 4 or 5%? I'm like, well, in 1 year, maybe not, but in over paying back a 20-year bond, a 30-year bond, that's a big difference.
I know. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Okay, I have one slightly technical, but I think some of our more fiscally minded folks might ask a question along these lines. I think I heard Mr. Weaver say we have about 700 million in existing bonding capacity. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
So I just wanted you to confirm that kind of the timing of how this works, right? We don't have to wait until we have zero bonding capacity or $0 left before we can, sell another bond. Sorry, I have that backwards. We don't have to wait until we have $1 billion bonding capacity before we ask voters to authorize these bonds, because the number that we're looking at is our bonding capacity before we sell every series of bonds, right? So that 250 million.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And so you're right. We do. We don't have to have the bonding capacity to put a bond on the ballot.
Yeah.
We have to have the bonding capacity to be able to sell the bonds.
Okay.
And in this case, as you pointed out, we did plan to have the bonds issued over time. We're not planning to do all 1 billion all at once, but we phased it in over time. And what happens over time is that our Measure M bonds get paid off, And so that will start to decrease. That will give us more bonding capacity. And then in addition, our assessed valuation is expected to grow over time through our property values. And so those two factors will help that bonding capacity number grow. And so we do expect that over time, our bonding capacity will get to $1 billion and exceed it. And that'll give us the room to be able to sell all the bonds over time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to mention that, for the peace of mind of, taxpayers, taxpayer advocates, that, we're never going to exceed that amount. We're not going to get ahead of our skis. We will have made our case about where the money will be spent by that. And another thing that you haven't mentioned is that with Measure M, we also prioritize the stability of the tax rates and the predictable tax rate, which I don't know that we have to do that, but it's something that we did because, we wanted our taxpayers to have that predictability as much as possible. So.
Right. And I will say one of the two bills in the legislature actually increases the bonding capacity. And very rarely, and we work with dozens of school districts, have we had a school district have a bonding capacity problem. Again, I'm going to get back to the risk of assumptions. We have planned for this, the example measure at $60 per 100,000 tax rate and $1 billion is feasible within our bonding capacity as this chart shows. And that's the benefit of being conservative, that we are planning to be able to go forward under the economic conditions that might be worse than we would hope for. And if they're better than we planned for, then we can do things faster, we can do things less expensively.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, if there are no further questions, thank you so much for getting us thinking about this process, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you.
So folks, we have arrived at our first break. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. Thank you. We good to go, Mr. Mate? If I could have board members up to the dais to continue. Thank you. We're coming back from our break. The next item up is new and one-time funds update, which will be presented by Ms. Watkins. But first, Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Take it away, Ms. Watkins.
Good morning, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and members of the public. I will be providing an update this morning on our new and one-time funding sources and their potential uses. So first, framing our discussion, I'd like to remind us of our shared budget planning principles. First and foremost, any decision we make must maintain our fiscal solvency as well as effective programs and services. We also have a shared goal of attracting and retaining the best and brightest employees that reflect our student populations. Then we can look to build upon our current offerings and consider any new programs and services. So these are our objectives this morning. Hope to take you through our new and one-time funding sources and their purposes and provide an update or where we are with each of those funds, as well as discussing potential uses to maximize these resources. So this slide is an overall picture of what we'll be discussing this morning. We've got 5 different sources of funds, 1 federal, and as well as 4 state funds. Some of these, the first few are residual of the pandemic, as well as some new offerings. And we have roughly $45 million in funds that we have yet to make decisions about. So take us back to a familiar topic, ESSER 3 funds. These funds have all been provided for direction by board plan. We modified the plan August 22nd. We brought it back to the board and you took action on consent on a redirection to ensure that we're maximizing those funds. There are 301 FTE included in the plan. Currently, of those, there are 55 positions that are vacant, 31 of which have never been filled. 2 of those 31 are currently being posted for hire. So any funds available residual from the vacancies from our plan on August 22nd will be maximized by using towards our Extron purchase, as well as HVAC and the central kitchen modernization. So now we want to look forward. Since we've got a plan, this is all planned for and we'll meet our goals of expenditure. Looking forward, next pot of dollars is our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. As you recall, when I provided the update in August on our the budget, these funds, we had an original allocation last fiscal year of over $71 million. This is both Elk Grove Unified School District and Elk Grove Charter. And the state in the governor and the budget adoption chose to reduce our allocation as of last fiscal year. So as we were closing the books, we recognized the reduction. It's roughly $10.2 million. And we just got confirmation. We estimated at 14.4%. It came in at 14.31%. And so we already have recognized that on the financial statements. We have not expended any of these dollars. These dollars have a very intended purpose coming out of the pandemic to, for the terms learning recovery, it's to increase and stabilize instructional time, maintaining or decreasing staffing ratios, providing learning supports like tutoring, pupil supports that to address other barriers to learning, and then address credit deficiency as well as other academic interventions. There is not a plan adoption requirement, so the board does not need to take action on how we use these funds, and we have until 2028 to spend the dollars. But as you may recall, the board has provided direction to continue funding the ESSER, the FTE in the ESSER plan using the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And so what that means is that for the $31.8 million a year to maintain those positions, that will get us about 2 more years of funding those positions. And on March 21st, the board, following the LCAP collaborative, they received the information on those 301.9 FTE and gave that direction. So noting that any recommendations to change services, they would be accompanied by evidence-based decisions, and we'll have to come back as a board level to provide direction out of any unrestricted dollars to continue those beyond the next 2 years. So we do have plans to spend all of these dollars, and we will be coming back at the next meeting with the LCAP collaborative to discuss this.
Amari, just real quick, make sure you slide we've been doing it for you. Make sure they're
Yeah,
not seeing what's on your screen. Okay.
No, I was pretty sure I was on the right side. Thank you. The arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. So you may have heard this, the discretionary block grant. This is the most flexible dollars that we've received to date. This was another source of funds that the state reduced our allocation for. However, we hadn't received any dollars yet. Unlike learning recovery, we had received the full allocation, and the state is pulling back those dollars. With arts and music, we only received half of our apportionment. And so we got confirmation that we thought we were going to have to reduce about 6%. It's only 3.5%. So we expect to get these funds over the next couple of months with our general purpose apportionment. And that's a remaining 17 million that we will be receiving. So these, as a reminder, the allowable uses is acquisition of standards aligned instructional materials and professional development in 10 specified subject areas, improving school climate, diverse, culturally relevant and multilingual libraries, operational costs, and costs related to COVID-19. So there is a plan adoption required with this. I believe the board has not yet taken action. And we've held this back as it is the most discretionary, and we have until June 30th of 2026 to expend these dollars. So arts education in Elk Grove, we have a plan. It's aspirational. We know that our existing plan, the funding that we have, couldn't possibly fund all of the outstanding initiatives, but our vision is to ensure that all students engage in a comprehensive visual and performing arts education. And so this plan will be expiring, I believe, at the end of this fiscal year, and we'll be looking to extend the plan. And so we will update this roadmap. And now we have state identified funds that are targeted at these initiatives that will help support us to continue our arts and visual and performing arts education. One of those funding sources is Proposition 28, known as the Arts and Music Education Funding. That this funding authorized by Prop 28 was not included in our advanced principal apportionment. We are still waiting to see when we'll get that. The state has just released our advance, but they're expecting later in the fiscal year to start providing these dollars. Still not exactly certain on the amount. We have an estimate of 8.8 million from school services that they've interpreted the language of the law and given us an estimate. This estimate is by school level, and that's the total for the district. We hope that we'll get something soon. But again, the expectation is mid to later in the year. That makes it challenging for us to make decisions on how to use the dollars, but we can use it for instruction and training, for supplies and materials. But remember that this is meant to supplement our existing funds and what we're already spending on arts education, and we must spend 80% on staffing. So as school services and other advisors had advised us to be cautious in planning and implementing because we weren't certain on the amount of the dollars as well as when we were going to get the funds. And we are still waiting for additional guidance from the state.
Amari, one point for the board on this. This is an interesting concept. So in a normal process through the traditional budget cycle, the legislature and the governor come up with some great ideas. They put it in the budget. And then there's trailer bill language that goes through and does all of the cleanup language to make it all make sense. One of the challenges with a proposition is the legislature doesn't have the authority to go back and do clarifying language. Whatever was in the proposition is what the voters voted on. And then you have to implement what the voters passed. And the language, and part of the reason I believe that it's been slow in getting information from CDE, with regards to how to use these funds is because what's in the actual language is really challenging to do. And so that's and the legislature can't just do oh, this is challenging, let's go back and do some clarifications. They don't have the authority to do it. So that's part of what's making this more complicated than it should be.
So moving on from arts education, the final pot of dollars that we're going to be discussing today is our LCFF equity multiplier. This was in addition to the local control funding formula. It's intended to close opportunity and outcome gaps. And the state identifies the eligible schools, including those with socioeconomically disadvantaged pupil rates greater than 70%. So this was not included in our adopted budget. We expect to include it in first interim. We have an estimated amount also advised by school services of roughly $650,000 for the 3 schools, Daler, Limebach, and Rio Cazadero, roughly $627 per pupil. Because this was not included in our advanced apportionment, I'm not sure if these estimates were changed once we get tomorrow's CBEDS data and we look at unduplicated rates at other schools that will work into future funding cycles. Now that more families are responding to our educational benefit survey, and we're finding that more schools may qualify with a greater unduplicated rate. So this is also a source of funds that's intended to supplement current funding to increase and improve services and supports, and will be incorporated into our local control accountability plan. So to summarize some of the challenges with spending these dollars, in part, it has been the reduction of the block grants. We were cautious in our plans to spend those dollars, and thankfully so, because the state has come back and pulled back on those dollars. Also, we've had challenges in filling positions, and specifically the ESSER positions. And so going forward, we'll have to evaluate how we're going to maintain the actions and services supported by those positions that we're currently planned to fund through 2026 and using learning recovery block grant dollars. Another challenge is this lack of guidance for Proposition 28, as Superintendent Hoffman just spoke to, and the delay in the state in providing a clear guidance, as well as just delayed identification in the schools from the equity multiplier, and being able to provide targeted supports to those schools in real time when we're not even sure what the dollars are, and being able to adequately hire and provide supports at those schools. Potential solutions. So as we're actively evaluating our ESSER positions, and as I referred to, we have some vacancies there. We're working to right-size those positions, to reevaluate the need how we've been filling the gap since there have been vacancies. We're also trying to balance the use of the 2 block grants, knowing that we've already committed intent for the learning recovery block grant, but also knowing that the discretionary block grant has not been committed for any purposes at this time. We also know that we need to update the arts education roadmap and have engaging discussions on how we see the district moving forward with our arts education, knowing that we have dedicated funds ongoing. And we also want to prioritize your priorities and incorporate that into our decision-making. We are actively evaluating our existing programs and services and bringing us back to our shared planning principles for the budget. We focus on that first before we look to build upon and add in new programs and services. And then ultimately, we want to look at what we can continue to support ongoing, absent any of these pots of dollars. So once we fully expended the one-time dollars, looking at how we can leverage the ongoing, but knowing that the 2 pots of ongoing dollars are very intentional in their support of both VAPA education as well as supporting students at need at highly targeted schools.
And so one note to kind of build on this is districts across the state are in different places with regards to this moment in time right now. And we're in a bit of a unique position in that we didn't go out and spend the initial block grant that many districts have. So you actually see headlines, and there's a couple of them today in the FCMAT capturing of headlights across the state. And there's districts that are already scaling back things that they've done with their ESSER programs. And the reason they're doing that is because for whatever reasons within their context, they don't have one-time dollars in place to be able to keep ESSER services moving forward. You know, the board, we have that place right now, but we're in a place where we have more time to be able to make decisions and evaluate. But you can see this set of work right here is going to be a huge focus of the board, a huge focus of staff as we work through with our families and school sites in figuring out how best to go through this process. But we are at a place right now to be able to take a deep breath and do this work effectively and mindfully, not just having to react quickly because one-time funds have dried up. So I'll stop there and obviously open up to the board.
Yeah, that had concluded my portion of the presentation, and I want to open it up to feedback and discussion by the board.
I'm going to open it up to members' questions and comments, but there's a lot there. I really appreciate that high-level overview. We're not really getting into the details here. So, Mr. Hoffman, I just want to clarify the kind of feedback we're looking for at this point is this high-level feedback, right? Since we don't have, line items and things like that.
Right. And part of we want to make sure that the board understood that we're going to be bringing you, over the next several months, key pieces that need to be done. So one of the first things, if you go to the potential solutions page, is another review, whether we're at the right, are the ESSER positions at the right size. So we have those 55 positions that are unfilled right now. Some of them are positions that have been filled and just in the normal, people have moved into a new spot. So that position has now come forward. Some of them are positions that we haven't been able to fill this whole time. So part of the conversation is, do we continue working towards that? Is it aspirational and we still see value? And if we can get that done in the next 6 months, over the next 2 years, that service can be in place. We can evaluate it and make a determination long-term. There may be some of those positions where we're just, we're just not going to be able to do that. So we did that with a group of positions to get us down to the 301 earlier this year. So we are going to have a conversation with the extended partners in education groups, because we always work through our labor partners of this, and have this conversation with them before we bring back a recommendation, potentially right-sizing the ESSER position. That's just one of the things that needs to work through, and that would come to you in November. If we're going to do an update of the arts roadmap, that's a 6-month process. And so to be able to go through, reassemble, probably modify the existing committees. I don't know how many of the folks are still around, but there's probably a bunch of them that are, and go through and what does that look like moving forward? So there's just a lot of work, and they're going to come in steps, but we wanted to give the board an understanding of that. And then if the board had any questions with regards to timing and or without getting into the weeds, ideas about things they want us to consider as we're bringing this information back to the board, that would be helpful.
Okay. Members, I will take hands. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
Just a quick question to kind of start was on the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. Does that money go directly to schools, with schools sort of setting the priorities for how to spend it, or does the central administration set those priorities and then the schools sort of operate within them?
I mean, it's up to the board how we do that, but it is a district-wide grant. It's different than Prop 28, which again, we're still trying to figure out, but Prop 28 is actually the individual school sites generate the funding, and then it's supposed to go. Now, you can do some regional work and that kind of thing, but this is a more typical block grant that it will be a district plan. Schools will be part of that process, but it would really be an opportunity to, and again, I know some board members' feelings on this, but this is the most flexible set of dollars we have. And depending on where we end up with the ESSER and what the first block grant can cover, there may be a recommendation to use some of this funding to make sure we have those positions. If right sizing the ESSER doesn't get us to a point where the first block grant covers it all. Those are the conversations we need to have, but this is designed to be a district-wide plan. Schools will certainly benefit from it, but different than what the roadmap will look like and different than what how Prop 28 will be implemented.
Okay. So historically, because I see one of the things here is culturally relevant books. So historically, how much have we used this sort of funding pot for libraries?
So this is a one-time, this is the
Okay.
first time we received it.
Gotcha. So I guess we'll get into specifics as we go. So I don't want to dive too far down that rabbit hole. But I do kind of want to tee up that issue for my colleagues as something to discuss, because one of the things that I have been hearing as I go around to schools is some concerns around the number of books that are available, not when you incorporate the number of books that are becoming obsolete and becoming old and need to be removed. And so sort of keeping up with, the purchasing of new books, and some of our libraries are falling short of the recommendation, from the ALA to have at least 15, but ideally 25 books per student. So wanted to tee that up for future consideration and discussion, but not for today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Ms. Gina, go ahead.
Hi, quick question. Thank you, first of all, for the presentation. Quick question on slide 11, the LCFF equity multiplier. Is that an annual amount that comes to us? So do we have a deadline of when we need to use that by?
So it will be an annual allocation that will change each year
Okay,
for the schools. So conceivably, we would need to spend it in the term that the school could be identified repeatedly.
Right.
And still be receiving a pot of dollars each year. So the state defines the allocation for us.
okay,
And we'll be looking retrospectively at unduplicated counts. So potentially these same schools serving the same population of students could receive year over year.
okay,
But since it's ongoing dollars, it's not like we have to spend it and it's gone.
okay. And that was what I know the other ones kind of said when we needed to spend those funds. So I just wanted to clarify. And then in terms of the challenges in filling the ESSER positions, and we talk about evaluating, I know this is just something I continue to bring up. I just really want to emphasize in that evaluation, I know that it's hard to sometimes quantify the impact of equity programs. And so I really want to ensure that we are looking at creative ways to evaluate the impact of our equity programs that go beyond quantitative data. Again, I know firsthand that's what I do in my day job, is trying to prove that my equity programs are working. So again, I'm just putting that plug out there. I know that my colleagues have heard me kind of sound that bell multiple times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortuna?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about VAPA and pick up where Michael left off. And Chris made a comment with a smile, because believe me, when administration comes forward, if not every VAPA dollar is designated for VAPA, there's going to be a war at this table, because it's going to be unacceptable. One of the things that presents a problem every single year is late notification, and I'm not defining the why. Late notification to school sites that they are free to purchase supplies, equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which becomes a huge challenge. One, because of timeline, and two, and the comment I'm going to make is not about people, it's about process. It's the very cumbersome, outdated, unnecessary approval process to purchase supplies and equipment. Again, from a theoretical place, once the principal has been authorized to oversee a certain amount of money, then the issue becomes whether or not that principal's responsible. If they're not responsible, get rid of them. If they are responsible, let them go ahead and bypass the cumbersome purchasing process. Given that we know that late information is a huge impact on program, with respect to VAPA, because Jennifer already has a whole list of needs identified from program, could we not forward money out of reserves and pay it back later? Let's say, whatever number you pick, 50% of what we think we're going to get. But is that a possibility that we could just, in a sense, borrow money against?
Are you talking about Prop 28 or?
Yes.
Well, part of the challenge is, until we have more details about how the dollars could be spent, if we fronted something and did something that was outside of what ended up being the regulations, then that could cause us a challenge. I do think from a timing standpoint, especially with the 80% of the dollars having to go to staffing, that's probably a ramp up for the coming year versus trying to hire people. We're not sure what we would hire them for yet. So I think the planning piece allows us to do that now. We update the roadmap, identify the positions, get ready to do that. But again, with 80% being tied to the people, and we have some one-time funding already through ESSER and through some other pieces that VAP is being able to use now. And we have the second block grant, which if we bring a plan to the board relatively soon, we could start using those dollars sooner. So I wouldn't recommend doing it. Is it possible? Probably possible, but it does hang us out with the idea we don't know exactly how those dollars are, how they're going to audit them, how they're going to make sure that they're spent in the way they are designed to be spent. So it's a little challenging.
So
Can I add to that? I think, sorry, I'm already
Can I-
just sit right here.
talk about this
One thing to be cautious of advancing is what revenue stream that's coming from. Proposition 28 has the supplement supplant language. And so if we were to borrow down from our reserve, that becomes part of our general fund, unrestricted dollars, and that
Right.
that could impact what our new base is for that funding.
Which means we might not be able to use Prop 28 dollars on those because they now become base. So there's a lot of complications, and I think the biggest thing is let's update our plan, and we now have an opportunity. Was it 4 years ago that we did the initial roadmap? We did an update on it. But at that point, it was, where are the funds going to come from? We need to identify them each year through the process. Now we actually have a funding stream tied to it that's ongoing, and it's a proposition. So it's not like disadvantage of a proposition is the legislature can't go back in and do cleanup language that would make it easier to implement.
Right.
Positive of a proposition is the legislature can't go back and get rid of it if in an economic downturn they don't have the authority to eliminate it. So this is something we're going to be able to build for the long term.
So why are we waiting to update the plan?
We're getting ready to do it right now. That's why we're going to pull the team together.
And then just the last one, it's a comment. One of the items that certainly is addressed here is looking at providing funding to close historic disparities. Since this is October 3rd, 2023, I will be looking forward to the data that Mr. Cerruti will be bringing forward that shows us why we have populations that lag in performance and how all these millions that we have put into the programs have made a difference to eliminate or at least reduce those disparities. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, just one clarification, Mr. Fortune. I just want to clarify that the state selected these schools based on demographic criteria, not performance criteria.
That is an overall comment.
Okay.
Ms. Chirus Espinoza.
To be clear. Go ahead, sir, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I want to talk a little bit about slide 5, ESSER fund. As we all know that we has been many meetings discussed about this in regard to the fund and the positions that we thought it's necessary to have staff to help our kids out, our students. And as it says here, so we have 55 vacancy. And I wonder, I mean, is there a approximation of dollars amount to that?
Yeah, we have that information and I can pull that up.
Yeah, and you could pull it up.
Tens of millions.
Yeah, so you know, it's the point I'm trying to make is that you know, we discuss a whole bunch of time because you know students need those positions, and we couldn't fill it is because simply just couldn't get anybody.
It's different depending on the position. Again, some of the positions have been filled and I'll use the school office assistants as an example. So we added an additional school office assistant at the elementary level. I think every site has filled that wanted one of those positions has filled that position at some point, but sometimes those folks will go into a new job and then we're backfilling the positions. Some of them are along those lines. Some of them, and I'll use the elementary counselors as an example. The elementary counselors has been a really challenging one to find in a couple of ways. One is there's a relatively small pool of those folks. They are funded one time. So people are a little bit concerned. We've heard feedback is that coming to the district or taking one of those positions, knowing that it's not funded long-term yet. And so they're a little hesitant to take those positions. The other reality is the likely place for those folks to come from is from classrooms. And what we don't want to do is create a hole in a classroom minus a teacher because they're now filling the other positions. So we've limited doing those transfers into so there's kind of different reasons for different positions, but that's one we may want to say, you know what, we want to keep that in the plan, knowing we're going to recoup some dollars in the short term, which will help us take care of the Extron and the kitchen modernization and the one-time funding. But in the board priority process, the board might say, again, not speaking for but the board might say, one of the positions we think is really critical is elementary counselors. We haven't been able to fill those positions because one of the reasons is we're concerned about people leaving the classroom and we can't make it ongoing yet. Maybe the board says the first position that we want to make ongoing are the elementary school counselors. If the board said that, then when we go to advertise the positions, we can let people know those are now permanently funded positions, and that would take away one of the barriers that currently exist in filling those positions. So that's part of the conversation and work over the next several months that we need to kind of work our way through. And if you go to the solutions page, Amari, one of the real challenges is that fourth bullet, and that is prioritizing the funding priorities. We gave the board just the list as they came out of the ESSER plan and turned them into the board priority format. What we haven't done yet is prioritize them to say, if we had $10 million available, which of these positions would we want to turn into ongoing first? those are challenging conversations, but that's part of the work that's gonna come forward as we work through this process.
Yeah, thanks for the information and sharing those thoughts, Chris. And that's kind of where I was thinking as well. And that's why I asked those questions and try to clarify that the funding. Because for me, I personally really would love to have us discuss about, prioritizing the funding toward our kids and importantly, toward their education. I don't have the number in front of me, but I know that there's a whole bunch of kids that are failing. And it's a school system, and we want them to do good to prep them up for college and their future. So you know, just briefly seeing this alluded to that, it goes to possibly goes to the audio, visual, and the kitchen modernizations. Those are legitimate. However, again, I would love us to just, and this is for open discussion, right, to go forward, for us to really prioritize that funding toward our kids, like maybe counseling, like Chris said, tutoring, especially for kids that really need it. And I know there's plenty of them out there that are needed, that are failing with F's and D's and even C's, right? And this is the fund that we could hire tutors to really help them out versus their parents who may be lack of, and still need to hire tutors to help out. Right. So, and it could be an equity department as well. How can we amplify that, right? Make it better, and other department as well. But for me, I would like us to, talk about those sort of things first prior to, going to the item that's listed here as a recommendation. So just want to talk so that the colleagues could hear my opinion, and then I know that there's more to talk about in many months to come. But that's my thought. So thank you.
So can I address Member Yang's comment? As a reminder, the ESSER 3, you have taken action as a board to spend those dollars on exactly what you just said, with a commitment to continue those positions using the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that fully supports exactly what you just said. So the board has taken action on that, and unless you intend to redirect that, that's our intended purpose.
Well, I mean, we have open positions, right? So that means like the discussion that we have agreed to, it's not fulfilling, right? Because if it's fulfilling, then we'll have 100%, field positions, and we have millions of dollars available because of these positions not vacant, meaning that the kids that are needed are not being helped. Right. So we need to turn around and say, okay, we have these funding. We need to turn around and prioritize. It's that the money will go back to what we talked about to help out the kids. And I think that the existing programs feel definitely going to need to be better. That's my point.
So the other piece to keep in mind is, so the board has taken action on what to do. We informed the board that there are going to be unfilled positions, and we've identified how those dollars will be used. So that work's been done. It could change, but that work's been done. But the other thing to keep in mind is we have new dollars have been made available through the state of California for expanded learning, and so we're actually doing additional tutoring support, intercessions. So there's another set of funding sources. And if you look at the individual school LCAPs, there's also things that the schools are doing with dollars that are allocated directly to them to do a lot of that work as well. So this may not be the one source to do all those other things, but we do have other sources to make sure those things are being done.
I'll add to that. It's also important to keep context in mind, right? As Mr. Hoffman said, many of these vacancies are essentially temporary vacancies, but the primary reason that we've had these vacancies, and it's actually something that came up during the governor's visit, is that, for federal funds in particular, the funds were all released at the same time. There were a set number of counselors and people qualified to do this work, and every single school district in the country had to start hiring them at the same time. And then in California, we had some additional funds, to do the same thing post-COVID. So the number of counselors did not dramatically increase, but the demand did. So that's really the limitation. This is not a failure on our part to implement board direction or the goal of these programs. It's that, we can't do anything to produce more school psychologists, for example.
Another example that's going to be in Prop 28. I mean, 1,000 districts across the state of California are going to look to spend 80% of their allocation
On people.
on people.
Yeah.
That
So-
have an arts background, that can help support arts in school. So what that looks like across the entire state, again, in a relatively short window, is going to be one of the challenges as we put this work together.
Your points are well taken. Let me just finish my point if you don't mind. Both Nancy and Chris, I think that what you're pointing out is kind of what you pointed out that the designated money go toward what I alluded to as far as counseling and other programs, and we have funding for this audio visual vaults and kitchen modernization as well. So the point I'm trying to make is really simple. This ESSER fundings are for kids, right? Directly to help them out. And I just wanted to see it goes back to helping kids, and whatever that program may be, let's use these money toward that, right? It's not about pointing out, our incapability of not finding candidates to fulfill these positions. That's not my point at all. The point was designated to help kids. Let's make sure that these funding go back to help kids, plain and simple.
Okay. Mr. Fortuna, do you still want to interject? Okay. Anything, Ms. Jamerson? Not mandatory. Wonderful. So I feel compelled in the name of, mutual understanding to address the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant. That is the full name. All of those things are what we're expected to do with it. I don't like to speak ill of the folks who allocate money to us at the state level, but I just think it's important to be really explicit about the fact that the conflict that we're starting to see play out is by design. It was named what it was named, and the allowable uses were written intentionally so that certain constituencies, people who really want arts, who really want music, who really want instructional materials, will say, yay, this money is all for me. While at the same time, while they were writing all this language, saying to the people who would have to administer the funds, don't worry about it, it's actually discretionary. So I don't really appreciate operating in that way. I think it creates confusion, it creates conflict, and it's something that you can do when you're kind of passing the work on to somebody else. So, that situation was created for us. And, I really would want us to not play into that conflict that was designed for us, particularly because it's a very real conflict in a lot of places. I don't think it's a real conflict here. As the presentation alluded to, Elk Grove has a roadmap for arts that we are already planning to update. And I just have to say, Ms. Wilbanks convened that group in the spring for an update, and what we have already been able to achieve has been incredibly encouraging. I know Mr. Fortuna has been very involved in the development of that as well. I think the board will be as excited as I am to see what we've done and what we can achieve going forward. So I know that we as a board have already taken the steps to demonstrate our commitment, and I have every confidence that we will continue to do that, and that we can achieve whatever our goals are going to be in the next iteration of that roadmap, and also make use of those discretionary funds. I'm in complete confidence that that's going to happen. So I just want to, flag folks. There was an intentional conflict created by folks at the state level. It's not necessarily a conflict for us here. We are in a better place than a lot of districts. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation. So Mr. Hoffman, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Are we okay to
Did we
get
just
into the
say
next
that?
item?
We're ahead of schedule? That's
No.
awesome. Yeah, so we can move forward, if the board wants to take a break or they want to jump into the handbook item, we can jump into the handbook item.
I think we're ready to jump into the handbook item.
All right, so can somebody pull up the slide on there? Is the slide deck on there? Okay. I just wanted to put a couple slides up just to kind of help us follow through, but this really is going to be more of a workshop type setting here. You have a copy of a hard copy of the proposed changes to the handbook. So and we'll actually look at it page by page with the areas that we agreed to take a look at. So we'll work our way through that. And what we're really looking for today is feedback from the board. Much of it, the board's already indicated that they didn't see a need for any additional changes. There's a couple of items that will require some discussion, and we're looking for direction from the board today. Once we get that, we'll wordsmith it, and then we'll bring it back to the board for one final approval. So you don't have to approve it today. We're just looking to make sure we have a good feel for how we want to make any modifications. So Marcia's just gonna dive into it by the page numbers. So if you look at the draft governance handbook and you go to page 3 are the first two items. The one line underneath board roles is highlighted in green. This was brought up by an individual member, not as a change, but as a discussion point is, should this language remain in the document or should the language be removed from the document? And for folks, it speaks to the role of the board is to provide each student with education at its highest possible quality within the limits of the financial support provided by the state of California and the federal government. So that I think the idea, and I can let board members speak to it, is striking the language about limits and just say the word highest possible quality is what we're about. So I think that's the conversation. So I'll open up to the board if there's any thoughts on that particular line.
Any board members want to speak to that? Advocate for the change?
Sure. We have responsibility to provide a high quality education to children regardless of the funding that we have available. That wording to me provides wiggle room. That says if we don't get the amount of money we think we should have, then we're not responsible to provide a high quality education. The fact is we do get quite a few dollars to provide that education. I believe that the district is indeed providing responsive education, but I don't support the wiggle room language. You know, who decides what is an appropriate level of financial support to do your job? So I just see striking those words as appropriate.
So the language says high quality education, highest quality possible within the limits. It doesn't say unless, right? It's not conditional. I don't feel, strongly about this one way or another. So the question for the board is, do you want to keep this in as a description of our commitment, flagging the fact that there are limits, or do you want to not reference the limits that exist, whether we reference them in here or not? So that's really the question. So board members, keep or change?
Oh, I see Sean wanting to talk
I mean,
down there.
I think there's the way I see it on this writing here, I'd see what Carmine is pointing out, and I also see what Nancy is pointing out. I think that it could be, we don't need to take it out, but we could expand it so that it makes more sense in terms of covering that it's not, just within the funding, and what Carmine alluded to, I mean, it makes sense too. It just doesn't matter the amount of funding that we get. We gonna do our best to provide the highest education for our kids. So I think that we could kind of sum the two together. That makes sense because we do need money to provide education. But at the same time, as a board member, we need to do our best to provide the highest quality of education for our kids, right? You could put the two together. We don't need to take it out. We could just maybe add the language that sums the two up together. Because finance is important.
Yeah, and I almost feel like as I'm rereading this sentence repeatedly, and I don't want to over lawyer the crap out of this, it almost like we would all agree that we have a floor, right? We have a constitutionally required floor. And this language almost seems to compel us to go higher, right? Because it's saying the highest possible education or the highest possible quality within these factors. And so I don't necessarily see a conflict because we essentially have a constitutional required floor, and this is telling us our goal is to provide even more, as much as possible, within what we're given. And so like this creates a universe of room for us to operate. I mean, we could mention the constitutionally required floor and then this as more of a ideal. If we're going to what Sean was saying, sort of creating that, making sure we have both in there. But I don't necessarily see a conflict with the language as is, but I recognize that it could be clarified, I suppose.
All right, Ms. Jamerson.
I can see why the line in that phrase, limits of financial support, can be seen as deficit minded and limiting. I think it, like, in my head, it's regardless of the financial support where this is what we're aspiring to. So for me, I think eliminating that leaves that for, this doesn't, again, limit it, I know is the word, but this doesn't limit to that. So for me, I don't know that I necessarily need to see us expanding it. I think that by removing it, then gives us kind of the option to how we interpret that.
So it would end highest possible quality, period. Sure.
I mean, it's an interesting with the term possible in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the possibles is how much funding we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's a lot of things that are that lead into the possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So folks, what we're doing today is giving guidance to staff who will come back, finalize the language, bring it back to us, and then we would approve the changes with the actual language in front of us. So we're going to try to be as clear as possible to staff. Do we have a consensus or majority opinion that removing the text in green, ending that sentence after the word quality is the edit we want?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So on the same page, you'll see in yellow, this is additional language, and this was just clarification. And one of our aspirational goals is with regards to the superintendent's evaluation. And we work at this every year. I don't think we've gotten there yet, but we're working towards that. And that's really the idea of clarifying. Start of the July 1 is the beginning of the cycle, and then we would have the goals completed by June 30th. That makes the spring go fast, but that is our goal. And this is just a way to capture that.
So just want to note, we've been getting closer and closer to meeting our own deadlines. Maybe this will be the year.
Maybe.
All right, folks. Anything, Mr. Vargas, on that? Okay. So I'm hearing consensus on that change.
Okay. So the next one is page 4, and this language has gone out to the board multiple times with regards to the adjustment to requesting item on the agenda and clarifying the consideration of future agenda items, which has been very difficult to implement, in that it ends up turning into a conversation. So I haven't heard any corrective or edits with regards to the language that's here. Just wanted to confirm with the board that we're good with this adjustment.
One issue that I noticed that I just imagine is going to come up is when you're putting it on the agenda. So once we go through the whole process and the president and the superintendent put it on the agenda, I think last time we had talked about it being accompanied with a short summary.
Yes.
So what I anticipate becoming an issue is who writes the summary, how long do they have to write the summary, and if they don't get it in on time, then who writes the summary?
Yeah, so my recommendation would be not to have that fall on individual board members, but by the time that's happened, the member has met with the superintendent, met with the president. There's a pretty clear understanding of what the topic is. And all we're doing by adding it to the agenda is letting the public know that the board's going to talk about this and make a decision about whether it shows up on a future meeting. So I would be willing to take on the responsibility of doing the short blurb that goes along with it. And I can certainly talk to the board president about it, talk to the recommending member to make sure it captures it. But my goal would be to keep it very concise and really just let folks know that this conversation is going to happen. It's not an agenda item yet, so we don't want to make it overly extensive. It's just allowing the board to have the conversation and answer clarifying questions, which is where we kind of get ourselves in a spot the way we're currently set up.
Yeah, so I think putting something in there that just clarifies that, I think would be helpful, just so there's no misunderstanding in the future.
Yeah, I want to keep the alignment of the people who are involved in the preparation of the agenda. So I would like to keep that responsibility with the superintendent and the president to write a description. And I just want to clarify that it's not really going to be a summary, right? Because we are still constrained by how much information we can put out there. So it's going to be about as descriptive as everything else on our agenda, right? Yes, sir, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, I think this item is very important. So I just want to discuss further on it for clarification. So yeah, we previously discussed about this. So what I'm trying to just clarify first before discuss it about. So currently we have put that on the agenda on every public meeting, right? And then we open up, right? And so now, are we still going to have that item on every meeting? But the fact that for it to come on there, it has to go through the chair and the superintendent in writing and discussions prior to gets there. Am I?
So the item will be there.
Right.
The descriptor will be there.
Okay.
But whether anything is going to be discussed under that item, when there's nothing to discuss, it'll just be blank underneath,
Right.
like one of our other subtopics are with nothing. But when there is an item that will be discussed, it'll be a 1, 2, 3, whatever, and it'll be a description of what it is that the board's going to discuss about a future meeting.
And I know you're not done, Mr. Yang, but we have also discussed, and we're going to discuss elsewhere here, the fact that we have multiple sort of placeholders in our agenda that often don't have anything listed under them. So a cleaner approach would be to not have consideration of future agenda items on the agenda unless there is actually something that we're going to list under it. So
I disagree with that. I think that we should have it on there, but we could put it on there as of like none, or put maybe what, and if there's some, then we put it there so that it's constantly, at least letting the public know that there was no item on there. But because I just think that this is a very important item to be on there.
So
But
for clarification, the way we're currently set up is each of the subheadings is listed on the agenda. What we do for your notes or whoever is the president is we do a strike through of any of the ones that don't have an item that evening, just so it makes it easy, because managing an agenda when there's a whole bunch of items, whether is there actually an item or not, it gets confusing. So we try to make that as clean as possible. So we could do a strike through on the
public agenda?
not on the public agenda, but on the agendas that the board sees when we do the timing.
Yeah.
You'll see that, but the public would know that that's something that we do consider, and they would also know when it's blank that the board isn't considering future agenda items that night. So it would send a message.
Yeah.
I really like that because we already practiced
No,
that.
not me.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that we already practiced that. I think that makes, it's transparent, that makes more sense to me. So I actually kind of like that if.
So
yeah.
my concern is that we are expecting folks to kind of have more expertise in how our agendas work than anyone walking in off the street would understand. I think the layperson would think if there is a heading there, there's going to be something done at this meeting about this, right? They're not going to think, oh, but there should be things listed under it, otherwise I can ignore it. That's my point. Like, how do we be more clear about what the work is that we're going to do or not do at that meeting? And if there's a heading there, most people think, oh, there's going to be that issue is going to be.
So, Carmine, if you don't mind, let me just finish my point here. So I get what you're saying. I think that's a good point too, Nancy. But I think, the fact that we have that there, it kind of remind all of us, especially the board member, that we do have an option, right? And more time than not, we do need reminder. And for that to be on the agenda, it reminds us that we do have the option to put forward a topic or an item of discussions on the agenda if we choose so, but we have to go through the chair and the superintendent, which I think is a very appropriate process. And I think I was one of the guys that, or the one that, suggested that process, because I think that it's more effective to go that route versus currently we just kind of just have anybody, just jump out and say on the mic, say, I want to put this on. So I think we should keep that on the agenda. But as what Chris alluded to, we could put a line, across it if there's none.
The
But
line would be only for us. It wouldn't be on the.
no, I get it. I get it. Yeah. So at least we know, right? Because it's really for us.
Right, but
It's not for the public to put that item on the agenda. Is us, the board. So anyway, that's my point. But I understand what you're coming from.
and the current practices, like I just went back one meeting, so we didn't have any discussion items last time. So discussion items still showed, but there was nothing. So it would be, if we did it for this thing, then we would, I assume we would be getting direction that we would do it anytime an item's not there. From a work standpoint, that does cause more work on staff, and they're redoing each agenda uniquely. So I think that would cause more. We're already going to limit. We're putting pieces together to make it cleaner. Like discussion and reports are coming together. So I think we're limiting the number of topic headings already. But having it different for different meetings, I'd have to check with my team, but I think that might make it more challenging than less challenging.
Okay, important note. Still have something on this, Mr. Fortune?
Right. Well, I was going to say, yeah, I would just leave it alone. The process that we're discussing, if the board member submits a request, the request is going to be moved forward. It's going to be on the agenda. If the board, if the superintendent and the board president say no, and the board member doesn't agree, it's going to be on the agenda under that heading. When the time comes, then the person's going to speak up. So if there are no challenges, then yeah, you just strike it out. I agree with that. I mean, that's a clean, just leave it there, and that's a clean way to handle it.
Leave the blank.
Strike it out or not strike it out. That's the.
Oh, strike it out if there's going to be
Nothing?
nothing.
But
Okay,
strike it out. So we're going a little bit. That would be striking it out on the copy you folks get. But are you talking about striking it out on, because we don't do strikeouts on the one on the agenda that's posted for the public. We don't do strikeouts.
or omit it.
Well, just then, yeah.
Not clear.
Yeah.
Leave the heading on.
I would leave it on.
Or take it off. when it's
Just
not being
leave.
used.
No, I would leave it on.
Okay.
And then I mean, it could be done. It could be done almost any way. If you leave it on, it's a standard placeholder. It's been there forever. It allows. And you know, I'm going to say something, Nancy, and I'm reluctant to say it, but given that
Listen to that little voice, Carmen.
yeah, given that I've said 100 times that this handbook is only as good as the 7 of us are willing to abide by what we agreed to. I can agree to the process and turn around and have a board agenda item every meeting. So just leave it on there the way it is. And if there aren't any items from anybody, no one will speak up. If they want to speak up and not honor the handbook, then they can do that because they have a right to do that.
Okay, I'm hearing 2 folks speak in favor of leaving empty placeholder language for this item on our public agendas, and not hearing any contrary opinion. So let's go with that. I have some edits before we leave this section. First line, forward an agenda request to the board president and the superintendent, please.
Oh, yeah.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet down. If the requesting board member disagrees with the recommendation, I think it might be more accurately described as a decision, right? It's a preliminary one, but I think the board president and the superintendent are making a decision on the request. So can we do decision instead of recommendation? And just noting that we will add some language clarifying that the superintendent and the president are going to write the description of the item if and when it is placed on the agenda.
Yep, I have that.
And that's all I have.
Okay. Appreciate the direction. So next one will take us to page 5, and this is under board deliberation. And this is largely, I think lays out well. The real question is with regards to bullets 2 and 3. So bullet 2 is staff makes the presentation, including staff recommendation. The board asks clarifying questions about the presentation. And then we have the board president acknowledges any member of the public who wishes to speak. So the way it's set up here is public comment comes after the board and staff interact. And our current practice is that what we've been doing more recently is we hear public comment, staff makes their recommendation, and then the board has conversation with staff and or can answer anything related to something they heard from the public. So it's a matter of which order. As a recommendation, I think it works. And one of the reasons we made the adjustment because public was asking to speak before because oftentimes they needed to go someplace. And this is during an actual item. And I do think if the board hears from the public, staff hears from the public, if there's something in the presentation where they could do a clarification, they may be able to take care of that in the moment. So I think it's more efficient for those participating and for staff. But again, this is up to the board in their format. But I think the way we've been doing it currently has worked well. But I'm again open to thoughts of the board.
Yeah, I'm going to add some context to that, and then I'm going to go to members. So we found ourselves in this situation because the law changed like 4 different times since the start of the pandemic with respect to public comment. So not everybody sees the script. The president and the vice president get it. So that's where we fell out of alignment, right? The handbook has one order and the script has another. Our practices have been evolving. Mr. Hoffman raises a good point about staff being able to address public questions and concerns in the course of their presentation. The other way, and I do remember having to do this, is that when public comment comes after the presentation, we do then have to go back and ask more questions of staff to address those points. So, there are pros and cons both ways, and interested in hearing board member comments on the best way to do it.
I think just as a general matter, I think I would like to have the comment after the presentation. It seems to make more sense to me, with the caveat being that the presentations are up and available ahead of time, like 72 hours ahead of time. And so it's realistically, it almost seems like 6 in one, half dozen in the other to me. But at the same time, like recognizing that the reality of the world is that people don't necessarily read the materials ahead of time. I should clarify, audience members don't necessarily read the materials ahead of time. I'm not speaking about any of us up here. No, be good.
We'll focus.
And so, I mean, on a practical level, it may benefit some community members to have it after the presentation. And so if it's all other things being equal, maybe it is better to have it after, just for those few people who don't do the homework.
Good stuff. Mr. Fortuna?
Yeah, I support the way it is stated. We have heard from the public that they would prefer, we've heard public statements that they would prefer to be able to speak after the presentation. I have spoken with constituents who make the same statement. Things come up in presentation that may be different or construed differently. So I support adhering to what we have currently in the document.
Okay. Ms. Jamie?
I agree with Mr. Fortuna and with Mr. Vargas. I think that even if you do read the presentation ahead of the meeting, sometimes it's just bullet points and not being able to understand the context and the full idea behind the presentation. So I think being able to hear that might actually answer some questions, and people may not feel the need to get up because their question was answered. But I do feel that we should give the opportunity for the public to hear the presentation, make those comments and ask those questions. And then if we need to, as board members, we can reiterate as well.
Mr. Yang?
Yeah, I think my peers has made great point, and I'm in support of it. Because I thought along that line.
Direction's pretty clear. And one thing I think, to Ms. Jameson's point, is we could make a caveat in our language. If obviously after hearing the presentation, if your question has been answered, you can let us know that so that maybe
Well, actually,
there's an option there.
Actually, one clarification I wanted to make. So does the board member comment after the presentation, then the public comments come last? Is that the way it is?
So currently, we are doing Q&A and discussion together. We would bifurcate them. What we would do is that staff presentation, public comment, board member Q&A, staff responds, and then discussion.
We could make an adjustment to that, talking out loud, is if we did bullet number 2 as the staff makes the presentation, including staff recommendation. The board asks clarifying questions about the presentation, we could hold that. We could then go to the board acknowledges any member of the public who wishes to speak. And then the next bullet could be the bullet asks clarifying questions about the presentation, which could include questions of staff, and or if they needed a clarification from someone that made a public comment, they could do both those, and we do it all in one shot.
Yeah, I like that. One
I like that.
Q&A,
Yeah,
one Q&A
I like
instead of
that.
2.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think
that sounds great.
I think that's a really good idea. I just one sort of poking at something the superintendent said, asking clarification of the public gives some public members more time to speak than others, and could potentially give us too much power to influence what.
I need to clarify. There's no Q&A of members of the public.
Okay.
It's of the staff only.
I just wanted to make sure that that was not part of it, because I think that creates some unfairness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so Mr. Hoffman's edit there was to remove the second sentence in the second bullet that says the board asks clarification questions about the presentation. Or to include it in bullet 4. So we're gonna.
Yeah, I will move that one after public comment. So we end up having one discussion. And you can ask questions of staff but a clarification is something that came up in that got raised by the public. We could ask staff, okay, if there was a misunderstanding or somebody said something, is that accurate?
Right.
Staff could speak to whether that was accurate or
Can
not.
you please address that for sure? Okay, folks have any other edits before I give mine? Okay. Question. So first bullet, it says the board president introduces the item, explains how, when the public may comment and how the board will deliberate. That piece, the second piece, we are currently doing per the script at the top of the meeting. We're not doing it per item. So I just want to be able to reflect that accurately. I don't know if the easiest thing to do is just to remove that second part of the sentence after the comma,
Yep.
because the next sentence does say the agenda describes when and how the public may speak to any given item.
And I could even slide that last, I mean, bottom line is the board president introduces the item.
Yeah.
I think period. Explaining how we're not re-explaining how public comment happens on every item. I could take the agenda describes when and how. I could do that into the descriptor paragraph above instead of it being, because that's really not, you're not doing that again after the board president's introduced the item. That's already been done. So I can slide that, make sure that is clear. That's clear in the paragraph, the
I
opening
like that.
paragraph.
So so it's the board president introduces the item period, and then we're deleting the remainder of that sentence. And the second sentence, the agenda describes, is moving into kind of the intro to this section.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. I think I had one more. I do not. So are we good on this section? I think we are. Thanks, friends.
Okay, and the next one is related to public comment itself. So that's obviously explained here as well. And this was language that the board had given me some feedback on and trying to capture. And this is I'm going to say this one out loud, and this may not go over great over. But one thing we want to make sure we're clear about is the meetings of the Board of Education are the meetings of the Board of Education. And they are the only time that the board actually legally, as an entity, can speak through and engage in topics related to the district. You can't do that outside of an agendized meeting. Board meetings are not public forums. So they're not designed to be town hall meetings. And so just in trying to make sure that we want to hear from the public, and I understand the board's interest on that level, but if 80% of our meeting is listening or more is listening to people share their thoughts, it does infringe upon the time for the board to engage with each other in the work. So it's a careful balance of wanting to be able to know what the public's thinking, but there are multiple ways for public to share thoughts with the board. But knowing that the time we're together is the only legal time that the board can engage the topic. So I think the part of the language here was making sure if we have some more clear parameters around public comment. But again, board's time, board's information. So however you folks want to move forward with it.
All right, colleagues, we have discussed this multiple times, so not a new topic, but we are finally at the point where we are giving official guidance to change language. Yes, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, in terms of getting at what Chris was talking about, and comments that you made at the last board meeting to the public, the thing that perhaps we need to stress more in our comments to the public is the words avoiding repetition. I know everybody has this great need to stand up at the mic in front of the board and communicate whatever it is they want to communicate. But when you have 50 people say the same thing, you know, if we're listening, we've gotten it after the first 2 or 3 for sure. Hopefully the first one, but certainly after 2 or 3, 50 doesn't communicate the message any better. So, you know, I've always, you know, I like those words, you know, and that we put them in here, avoiding repetition. And certainly, if people are succinct in what they're communicating to us, then we won't have time being monopolized on any one topic. So I don't know how, you know, just weaving that thought into what instructions we give people and how we behave, I think would be helpful.
I'd be okay with that if that's the will of the board. What I'm wondering is exactly what you're hitting on is, do we want to put that in the board handbook or in the instructions that we actually read for the public? I think what I hear you saying is instructions. Okay. All right. Colleagues, thoughts on that? Go ahead.
Not necessarily in response to Mr. Fortuna. I have no problem with saying that at the beginning. And I'm in agreement with this form. My only thing is I want to ensure that our public is notified. So if we can make sure that this information is on the web, and if it can be on the blue card, so that as they're filling out that blue card, they know, and maybe even on the blue card say, you know, no need to be repetitive or whatever. But if we can have some instructions.
Yeah, we have an instruction, but because it's actually pretty detailed, wouldn't fit on the card. So it's actually posted on the web as part of the agenda, but we also have it out on the table that actually lists the process for it. We might be able to squeeze it on the backside of but that information is actually there, and we'll make some modifications to it based on this information here. But we publicized it as part of the agenda. When someone goes to do Publica, it explains, explains that process. But we can make sure that people are clear about board intent and also the actual protocols.
Because I think that a lot of times people grab the blue card, it's crowded there. They grab the blue card, they go to their seat, fill it out and turn it in. So they don't necessarily read all of that. And then they turn in the blue card. So it's not like they're holding it either. So I don't know if that necessarily solves the problem, but just.
We could have some handouts that people could take.
Yeah,
if they wanted to take
the process, like just so that people know if you're planning to do public comment, here's the process.
And
I don't know.
Just jumping in on that, I hate to add burden to anybody, but one of the things you could do is as you're taking the blue card, you could hand them a little slip that has all the stuff on it. That way, you know, everybody who gives in a blue card has that information.
Yeah.
So people arrive to the meetings at different times. There's not always a staff member standing next to the pile of blue cards. Are members okay with tasking Mr. Hoffman on the logistics of getting that information out to everyone who gets a blue card and coming back to us with that when this item comes back to us for a vote?
I mean, well, first and foremost, I like the change we are proposing as far as from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, right? If we reach a certain amount of submission of blue cards, I think that's valid to the board members' points that are already made. I think to the point of providing instructions so that it's very clear. I think that I mean, we could kind of strategic plan on that, and it could be as simply just put maybe an instructional layout every single time next to the blue cards, right next to it.
That's what's there.
Right. So I'm just saying, whatever it is, right? So put it in there that what you guys already alluded to, put it there into it, right? So that we don't have to hand them, you know, additional stuff. But that could be edit it or modify whatever it needs to be. But the key is being transparent and prior to, making that decision during the board meetings where the intention could be, high, right? So just when we do that, I think it just overall better for everybody. So I'm in agreement in terms of being very transparent and being very informative ahead of time.
Okay.
And one
just-
thing I'll say is we've done this a couple, 3 times already. So it's actually worked. Because remember we had folks that were sharing their time at one point, and in the new piece we've clarified that, and we don't have that happen anymore. So people have made the adjustment to our current new version of public comment, and so I think especially the people that do it on a regular basis are used to looking at what the protocols are. We'll be clear in stating the changes at the beginning of the meeting. We'll have information on the website when they go to look at the agenda. It'll be there, and at minimum, we'll have the place for them to be able to see it again. But the truth is, our public has responded to that in the past, and it's actually worked. We have very few people that don't understand how the process works anymore. But it may take a meeting or two as we make these adjustments for people to make it. But people have actually done it already, so it hasn't been a major issue.
And just as a closing thought, kind of responding to something that Mr. Hoffman was saying, is these meetings may not be the appropriate place for, a ton of public feedback, but maybe we should start thinking about other ways to accommodate public feedback, public engagement, and what those might look like. Obviously, not reopening the finance committee issue, because I think that was correct. But are there other ways we can incentivize and welcome public feedback so that we are creating something of a what's it called?
Channeling people in a different way.
Yeah, and a release valve so that these meetings don't get bloated, and there's still opportunities so that people can be succinct at these meetings and they can be verbose at a different opportunity.
Okay, so proposed edit to the last 2 bullets, which read, when the board limits comment time to 2 minutes, they may listen to all individuals wanting to address the board on the topic. 4th bullet says the board may limit comments on an individual topic to 30 minutes. Can we combine those just so that it's clear? We may do one or the other.
Yes.
And now I'm going to be controversial. It's been made very clear to me that board members really want the public to have predictability, that they have proper notice of what the rules are going to be. One way to enhance that is to say that the board will limit comments on an individual topic to 30 minutes when we hit that threshold, as opposed to having that decision made during the meeting. So if we change this may to will, we will give folks in the public an opportunity to plan one version instead of 2 of their comments, and they'll always know what to expect. So I want to suggest that. Wait, sorry, I'm going to say one thing before you go. I think for context, it's important to say that I personally spend more time on that side of the microphone than I do on this one. In my day job, I provide public comment to a host of bodies. So I'm very familiar with the process of how do I engage as a member of the public. So the standard process is you look at the agenda, you look at their meeting information. How do I participate? What is my time limit? Many bodies, 3 is about as generous as it ever gets. I routinely go, for example, before the Public Utilities Commission, which never gives you more than 1 minute. This last time around, testifying on the state budget process where there were multiple topics that we had to hit was also 1 minute. So I can personally attest to the fact that with proper notice and planning, you can say everything you need to say in 2 minutes or in 1. So go ahead, sir.
I agree with that. If you're succinct and you're just trying to communicate a message, you can do that quickly. The only issue I have with, or concern that I have with what you said is if we were to make limitations, especially, on total time, then there has to be a mechanism to ensure that there's some equality in the numbers of people that are going to get to address a topic on each side of the question, because it's usually just two, So, but you'd have to have some assurance that there's equality there. You don't want to have one side talking for 30 minutes and then you go, 30 minutes is over, that's all.
Yeah,
Or you get 2 minutes and, we just need to have some way to do that. I would imagine in the work that you do, most of the people who talk are supporting, huh?
Oh, no, no.
Really?
There's very little consensus where I am.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we just need to have some protection in there.
Yeah, I appreciate you. And I know that you've raised this issue before, so thank you for raising it. So just to kind of flesh out a little bit what Mr. Fortino is alluding to is I think he's suggesting that we not create a process that can be gamed, that someone, organize, hand a batch of blue slips and crowd out other voices, right? Which could happen. So what we could do with bullets 3 and 4 is say the board will limit comments on an individual topic to 30 minutes, and then say something that at the discretion of the chair may extend that period. I don't know what the wording would be, but to head off this situation, to ensure that we have, a diverse representation of opinions or something like that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, so just,
Yeah.
do we want to leave that at the discretion of the chair? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I think that, again, these are really important points. And so I think the one thing that I do not like is that 30 minutes, because to the point what you guys just alluded to, it's very hard to determine one group or another, right? It's very hard to do that. And when we start doing that, I think we lost the battle in the beginning already. So what I have seen in my short time here, 2.5 years, I think that 30 minutes doesn't do the job. It has to go to 1 hour. Because it's not that every meeting we have, 30 speakers, public comment. But when we start limit to 30 minutes, as we have seen it, we eliminate probably, 30% of the people. And so, and it's not that, we have public comment on every item. That's just my experience. So, but when we have items that people want to speak to, yeah, we have seen it 20, 30, sometimes 40 blue cards, right? So for us to pick and choose or selecting or identifying what group is a group, I think that's too much of a battle for us to not to fight, and we're going to lose those battles. So I think if we just go from 30 minutes to an hour and then reassess based on the chair or the board discretion, I think that might be more suitable based on what I have experienced of 2.5 years.
Okay. I have a different suggestion, and I hear you, Mr. Yang. I think you're going in the opposite direction of what we hope to achieve with this language, which is to make our meetings more functional and less of a town hall format.
I actually get what you're saying, but my point is when we do what we're doing here, we really eliminate people's voice, right? So I'd rather hear, let's just say 50 people in 2 minutes, which is like, 20 people in times of 1 hour. I'd rather hear, 30 people, right? versus we have 30 minutes, we have 15 people.
So you'd rather go down to 1 minute and hear more people?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like, we eliminate so many people.
Okay.
And, you know, because we remember this district has 64,000 students approximately, right? And it multiplies to the parents, right? So, I mean, 15 people, I mean, that's like, what is it, 0.001%, you know? So we're gonna have people coming here and it just, the number is just too small. That's what I'm saying. So we are literally eliminating voices, and I don't want to be a part of that.
Okay,
What if the
noted.
tweak would be if we did 15 minutes, if we have 15 or more, it goes down to 2 minutes. If there's 30 or more, it goes down to 1 minute.
And
And
we can hear more
so
people.
we kind of get that, but we get to the point of being able to hear the wider range of people. But part of the idea of this is the board being able to hear with the balance of the board being able to do the board's work. I mean, because that's the only time you're here together to be able to do the work. And there's oftentimes where we end up really important topics get run really quickly at the end and we don't get to engage as much. So that would, I just think of another way of making an adjustment to it.
And that would be with or without a cap on the total time.
Well, my idea is the 30 minutes is if that's a reasonable time for any one topic. We could have 3 or 4 topics depending on a given night.
Okay.
Plus you have regular public comment on, you know, so we could still end up with a night of multiple public comment sessions and long term. We're just talking about on any one topic. Let's keep it
To 30 minutes.
to 30 minutes, and we make the adjustment based on how much time people get, based on how many cards there are.
Okay, so that would be a will in the directions that the public sees, like this would be an automatic trigger. So they would have notice that they might need to provide a shorter version.
3
of their
minutes is
comments.
standard. If we have 15,
Mhm.
15 to 30 or 15 to 29, then it's down to 2 minutes. If there's 30 or more on a given topic, then it's 1 minute.
Okay, Ms. Jamerson?
So
So let me just answer Chris real quick. So that math doesn't work, Chris. So like, you limit 30 minutes per item, right? So you're saying that if we have 15 or more, then you mean 16 or more? Because 15 to 2 minutes, that's 30 minutes, right?
Correct.
So from 16 and up, we're gonna limit it to
1 minute.
1 minute, right? Just want to clarify that.
Yes. That's what I thought I said.
But I think the most important thing is agreeing to that 30 minutes. I think that's probably first and foremost.
Yeah, I know we're talking about a couple of different topics here,
Yes.
so we'll try to keep them separate, okay? We'll come back to your 30-minute, but right now we're talking about kind of the individual limit on speakers and.
I do understand what he's saying now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Jamerson.
okay, so I disagree with the 30 minutes. So on the blue cards, you can say for public comment for items not on the agenda, and it asks you to say what your topic is. Majority of those they're blank. So we wouldn't be able to, like, I have sometimes people who, for instance, the last few public comments, there's been 2 major sides, but then there's somebody who's talking about a tree that's in there. And I don't want to miss out on that person's comment because it's just as important. And so I think for me, I like the idea of based on the number of public comments, limiting the time each person has without having a 30-minute cap total on public comment.
So regardless of topic, your thought process, just thinking out loud, is if we have 15 cards, if we have 5 cards, everyone's getting 3 minutes. If we have 15 cards, everybody goes to 2 minutes. And then if we have 30 cards, everybody goes to 1 minute. So between 15, it's going to be more time because if you go, 20, everybody's getting 2 minutes, which is 40 minutes of time, but you're listening to everybody. And if we go to, if we go above 30, everybody's getting 1 minute. So if it happened to just be 30, we'd be done in 30 minutes. But if there were 60, it would be an hour because we'd listen to all 60 people would get a minute.
Yeah.
But we're not limiting it based on an individual topic. We're treating people on the agenda and off the agenda equally, that everybody gets 3, 2, or 1, and we just count them. Now, the trick will be they trickle in.
Well,
So do we want to have a, wait, this isn't, it's not here, but it's a conversation we had. Do we want to have a limitation on, and we make this clear as well, is when a public comment card needs to be turned in? Because that's something I think for me, just I'm trying to do 2 things or 3 things, and then so that would be helpful. And then we could do a count and we make the announcement to everybody. This is what it is.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortuna.
I like everything you just said. And this is not a language thing, process. I would like us to phase that in. We could over 2 meetings over a month. In other words, a notice out, the change takes effect X date. And then a reminder on those Friday updates, the change is going to take effect so that people understand, because we've heard that and I don't have to get into it, but individuals also have personal responsibility. So if we put the information out there, then you have a responsibility to read it. So I would just say, whatever we do, phase it in. But I like what you just said, and I like Gina, that if we eliminate the time limit, but limit the time, then you're going to cover everybody.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman, do you have enough clarity to go back and draft that?
The only thing I don't have clarity on is a cutoff time.
Cutoff time. I think I heard Ms. Jamerson say no cutoff time.
No.
No, in terms of accepting the blue cards?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
My recommendation is that once we hit that agenda item, that's it.
the start of the presentation.
Well, the only issue is if we have 15 that are turned in, but then we have another batch that come in and it's an item that's later on the agenda. If we're giving them all equal, we need to have a time where we're making the decision. Are
Okay.
there 15, are there 30, or are there 60? And
it's
if we keep, but they keep rolling in after the.
yeah, and that's an important point, because the issue is that I'm going to get in trouble. The issue is that a point is made. Everybody doesn't need to make the point, because what I've seen for the 9 years I've been here is that as people talk, people go, oh, and then here comes a blue card, a blue card, a blue card, and it doesn't add to the conversation. It just allows that person to put their 2 cents in. And I know everybody's input's important, but I really, again, if we make that decision, cutoff is when we start the agenda item, and say it's going to be implemented on X date, then we have met our responsibilities. At least I believe so.
But if we do it by the agenda item, an agenda item might start at 9 o'clock at night, which means if we now get, we might want to end up, because we got over our number, well, you folks are going to get less time, but the folks that spoke earlier had more time because we didn't know they were there. So I think before public comment starts, maybe that's I'm talking out loud, is before the president opens public comment, we make one last call. Do we have all public comment cards?
So I have concern about folks planning to come later because, school pickup and sports and, life. I'll go to you, Mr. Yang, in a second. Some people will look at the agenda and intentionally plan to come later because that's the only time they can. So can you explain to me again the drawback of having the cutoff be per item, having the cutoff be at the time that the presentation is beginning?
If we reach a threshold, so if we only had 15 comments, when the item's not on the agenda,
Yeah.
public comment session came up, we had less than 15. Those folks all got 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Well, as an item came through, we kept getting them. And by the time we got to the 9 o'clock item,
Yeah.
we got another 15 or 20. And now our total is 30, which means everybody should have been reduced to 2 minutes. But the folks that went during public comment got their 3 minutes already.
Mhm.
Are we then going to reduce the next batch of folks to
Yeah.
a shorter number?
Yeah, my interpretation, and I'm so glad you're highlighting this, was that we would make that decision per public comment opportunity. So we would treat them all separately,
Mhm.
right?
That's different than what,
That's-
because from an equity standpoint, what Ms. Jameson said earlier was we were going to count them all. And based on the number of total cards we had, regardless of topic, everybody was going to get the same amount of time.
Okay.
Because if we do it by item, then some items people are going to get 3 minutes for, some items people are going to get 1 minute for, versus we treat everybody the same across the entire, each public member gets the same amount of time that given evening.
Okay, and that's going to be a key decision point for us then. Do we want to give everybody on a given night the same amount of time? Or do we want to allow some flexibility, which flexibility for us is also confusion for the public?
And for us sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Yang.
So I like what we talked about as far as reach a number of speakers. We reduce to 2 minutes or 1 minute. I think that's good for me personally. However, I think that in the past, I mean, I'm just only speaking to the experience that I have here, right? It's that not every item we're going to have 15 or 30 speakers. Usually it's only like 1, 2, or 3. That's it, right? I mean, the most 3 items.
On an agenda.
On an agenda item, right? I mean, that's 3 is rare to have like 15 or more speakers. So for me personally, I think that we should do it by item, not for the whole night. Because based on experience.
Mhm.
So majority of the time it's going to be on non-agendized public comment. So for me, I think it has to be on each item, not the whole night.
Okay, let's go down the line. Just a quick poll of would we apply these new limits, which we have already agreed on, per item, or would we make that decision one time before public comment for items not on the agenda applies and apply the same limit to the entire meeting? So Mr. Yang has stated where he is. Ms. Jamerson, where are you on that?
I would say,
You might have turned on.
I would say each item.
Do it per item?
Per
And
item.
that's where you were, Mr. Yang?
Yeah.
Mr. Fortuna, per item or one and done?
Per item.
Mr. Vargas?
I'm also per item, and
Okay.
just because I hadn't jumped in at any point in that conversation, I was enjoying the conversation you guys are having. I also don't like the 30-minute cutoff. I think that sends us down a lot of really problematic paths around creating false equivalencies, creating false impressions for the public about who's commenting, what they're commenting about. That gives me the heebie-jeebies, and is not really
That's a
our
legal term?
Yes, it's a very legal term. And I think that, I also I fundamentally agree with the idea that this is a board meeting, but I also want to push back a little bit Because I think that the more rigid we become in that thought process, we may start to forget that because we only meet twice, a month, because there are very few other outlets for people, that we, as a practical matter, actually do serve a number of other purposes in having these meetings. And so I think that until we have other outlets, until we have other safety valves, until we have other ways for people to engage in the ways that they want to engage on these issues, I think we need to be careful about treating these meetings too much as purely business, because the result, as we start to narrow the opportunities for people to speak, that is going to exacerbate some of the passions that we see around certain issues. And I would, as an illustration, I would point out what happened at one of our previous meetings where a person was not permitted to speak, and that created a lot of heat and passion in the room that then left this space and became a problem outside. And so I think we need to be careful about the unintended consequences when we when we limit our view, and when we say we are not a public space, or that that the priority is on business and that we shouldn't be serving all of these other, purposes. The reality is that we often do, and becoming too narrow in our view can have unintended consequences. So I would, if we want to limit, put a limit, I would say let's just have a limit of 2 minutes rather than all of this waterfall of things, a 30-minute here, all of this stuff. I would say let's stick to, if that's the direction we want to go, if we want predictability, if that's the priority, then 2 minutes across the board. But as far as I think I'm willing to go right now, my preference would be let's do the waterfall to 2. And see where that takes us. And in the interim, let's create more opportunities to create more engagement so that we don't have to do a lot of this stuff, so that it takes care of itself.
Okay, so I'm hearing some consensus and I'm hearing some outlier. Mr.
Yes,
Yang?
sorry.
What I mean, that's what I spoke to, right? The 30 minutes earlier. For me, I think that 1 hour is a good number to reassess. Rather, we will.
I don't shoot yourself in the foot, because I think you have consensus to not have a limit. So don't backtrack on your own point here.
No. I did not. Well, because we were talking about capping the total time, right, earlier.
You argued against it and just about everybody agreed. So don't.
Right. No. Well, I got what you're saying, but I'm just sort of, so just to clarify, I spoke in regard, if we're going to have a cap and then reassess, I would say that we push from 30 minutes to an hour and then reassess.
Mhm.
That's what I said, right? I didn't say let's just cap it there and stop there. You see what I mean?
Yes, understood.
Yeah. So it's not like I say 1 hour and we're going to cut off, I said 1 hour and then we'll reassess. Rather, we're going to move forward with other speakers.
Yeah.
And I think in the past, we always put that 30-minute there, but we never
Used it.
Yeah, we never used it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, because we have trying to implement a more effective process of limiting the number of minutes, but try to provide more speakers on the podium. But I think we should reassess when it gets to that 1 hour. I mean, I'm just throwing out there. It's
That
just so.
sounds more complicated,
But
honestly.
if you do a reassessment though, just practices, in the pressure of the moment, the board's never going to say, don't expand it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it puts you in that spot where you have to make that decision.
Okay.
And so I think if we.
And I'm okay with that. I just didn't like the cap. So if we put unlimited, that's fine with me. I just didn't like that 30 minutes on there.
Yeah.
That
I
does.
think we've settled that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Chambers.
I was just going to say that I think that the less discretion
Right.
that is placed upon us, the better, because that can be interpreted as being biased towards one group or another. So I think that just having these rules and not determining at the moment.
Not making them
Yeah.
subjective. So I'm going to take a stab at summarizing where I think we have majority direction, if not consensus. So going back to the language, I think bullets 1 and 2 still work. Generally, although we might clarify the number there, but that we start with 3 minutes. Bullet 2 goes into if there are 15 or more, we go down to 2 minutes. And then from there, we would scrap bullets 3 and 4 and specify that when we hit 30 or more, we go to 1 minute. We should also include the deadline on turning in blue cards, and the fact that the determination will be made per item, per public comment opportunity. Real quick, Mr. Yang, before you add anything, have I captured that?
Starts.
By the time the staff presentation begins on the item, and in the case of items not on the agenda, by the time that item starts.
Right. Going back to the deliberation piece, can we use the?
Is your microphone on, Mr. Hoffman?
Going back to the board deliberation, if we use the first bullet there and we say, the president introduces the item, so the blue cards are due prior to the board president introducing the item, because the item started. That gives me a few minutes. If there's any, that I have, I can get them. But if we wait until the staff presentation, then there's this lag time in between. So if we could use
Yes.
that language, and it's existing language, I can use that.
Yes, I would like that. Thank you. I think that's very clear, Mr. Vargas.
Yeah, and just on the summary, I just wanted to make clear that I don't necessarily agree with the 1 minute, and I don't necessarily agree with it. As much as I know it makes your job more difficult, I don't agree with a deadline to turn in blue cards. I just think that creates unintended consequences that we don't need.
After the item started?
That's what we're doing. It's for every item.
Yeah, because but
I see what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
Because once it starts,
it
then
creates that unfairness.
I know, but at the same, I feel it creates unintended consequences that, people get their passions up and suddenly we're telling people you can't comment, and that makes me uncomfortable.
And you know what? It's okay that we're going to have some minority opinions and some dissent here. And this is exactly why we revisit this handbook and these protocols every single year. We've alluded to some of the tweaks that we have made before. We try to make improvements along the way as conditions change. And, right now we're only making a decision for what are we going to try for the next year.
I respect the majority.
Yeah. So, Mr. Hoffman, have we closed that item?
I think we've closed that item.
Okay, we only have a few more to go, folks.
We do. So up, and I think these will probably go these might go, maybe a little faster. We'll see. So page 8 is the next one. And this is a conversation with relation to trainings that the board can attend in previous, and actually wasn't spelled out clearly, but the board direction has generally been CSBA trainings were prioritized, and those were the trainings that the board authorized the district to support for members to attend. We have had in the past requests to do other affiliated groups, and so this is an attempt to give a little bit more latitude with regards to trainings. Still prioritizing CSBA, but opening it up to other statewide organizations that would be related to school board work. So that's why this language is here.
I'd like to give a little bit more context. I'll go to you, Mr. Fortuna, next. Different school boards and districts handle this in vastly different ways. Some school boards, even some near to us, have a system where every individual school board member gets an allocated amount for their own training. They might even get an additional amount for activities within their area of the school district. We have a tradition or a custom of being, I think, a little bit more conservative with the way that we spend school district funds on ourselves, on our own activities. I think it's fair to describe it as on the conservative end. So just to provide history and context for this conversation. And, a reminder that this is coming to us because we have over time and recently received requests for board members to attend either national conferences or trainings for school board members or conferences for school board members in the state of California, not conducted by the California School Boards Association. So there's a balance, and I think we've had an interest in being responsible with public funds, but we also, I think, all have an interest in ensuring that board members, present and future, have access to training opportunities. So with that, Mr. Fortuna, I think you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I've always supported a conservative approach because it's public money, number one. And I suppose number two, this is going to be a general comment because it goes beyond the board. It includes everything that Ms. Zavy does. I think people should have a responsibility when they come back to share that information and the processes that they've learned to deal with whatever. Otherwise, you're just taking a vacation. And I know people will argue with me. Oh no, but you're taking a vacation. If you don't do anything with the information other than go somewhere, you're taking a vacation. What I would suggest as a way of getting around having to make individual decisions about whether or not somebody should be able to attend a conference that they want is we just have a yearly dollar amount, period, for conferences. Bless you again. And then the person can use that as they choose. If I want to go to the Italian American Federation in Washington, D.C., then I go, or can go. And I'm speaking a little bit against what I was saying about a dollar amount, but there's no requirements to go anywhere on the part of the person. You just go, and you don't have any responsibility to demonstrate how it's going to make you a better board member, how you're benefiting the constituents within the district. So it's almost kind of a sham. But I'd support a dollar amount, whatever that amount is, and then the person has responsibility to turn that into the board president. And if it's, I suppose we have to have some guidelines, to ensure that the money is being spent appropriately, because there have been requests for conferences that I could object to all day long by people, in terms of how's that going to make you a better board member? They just want to go somewhere. So I think a dollar amount with some parameters stated is just an easy way to deal with the issue.
So I'm gonna address that before I go to other board members. What those parameters are is exactly what we're trying to settle today, right? But before I address that, I wanted to suggest, because this board has had the practice, which we've fallen away from, of reporting back, for example, our takeaways from the CSBA conference, things of that nature. So we could, not in this item, but in the next one, in board member reports, we could add that report out from trainings if applicable. So just to kind of bifurcate that. So let's add that as, if anybody attended any trainings and they want to share what they learned on the taxpayer dime, that would be the appropriate opportunity to do that. And hopefully we won't forget to do it again, as we did have that practice previously. Okay, so Mr. Fortuna has suggested a balance, a combination of combination of funds, a cap, and some criteria. Go ahead, Mr. Yang. Is your microphone on, sir?
as a new board member for 2.5 years again, I like to mention that because this is relevant to the point is that, you know, training is necessary and perhaps needed. So, because it help us to have better understanding of our role as a school board. And believe it or not, I think, we all need training. And then what I would like to, what I like so far is we have standard of requirement of the training thus far. What I would like to change the wording in here in bullet second to last, which is the fifth bullets, all board members are encouraged to earn CSBA's Masters in Governance certificate. I would suggest all board members are required to earn, because I think, going through it is a really great program. And I think that is a comprehensive of, reading the governing books and what we deal with on a daily basis. But it's, it's very comprehensive in terms of each module goes. And I just think it must be a requirement. And yes, we are using the taxpayers' dollar, but to do our job, to uplift, the kids, right? So we do need training. So I think that should be a requirement, not an encourage.
So I don't know if it's from a requirement, if the board member didn't do it, they're not going to lose their seat. There's no there because there is no, what we could say instead of encourage is we could are
Expectation?
expected.
Yeah, whatever
So
that,
It's our expectation on this board, not necessarily a requirement of holding office, but it's our expectation across this board.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. Love it. I myself am a MIG graduate and definitely concur with Mr. Yang's opinion there. Anything else, Mr. Yang? Okay, so there's a lot in this item. Let me go to bullet number 3. So we as a board have requested to create our own self-evaluation process and cycle to do that, akin to and kind of along with the process for the superintendent evaluation. So that's what bullet number 3 is. Mr. Hoffman talked about bullet number 4. Mr. Yang made an edit to bullet number 5. And we still need to settle bullet number 6 here about non-CSBA trainings. So I'm going to come back to Mr. Fortina's suggestion that we create, a maximum dollar amount and some guidelines. I have some, I'm ill at ease with, kind of anything that's open-ended and a dollar amount, because we have seen requests for conference travel that did not have a really tight nexus to school board work. So I don't know that operationally we need a dollar cap, right? I think our focus really is on that nexus. So really the question before us is, yes, open up to non-CSBA trainings, and if so, what are the parameters around that, right? So, and just to be specific, in case folks don't know, there is a California Latino School Boards Association. There are other kind of associations and affinity groups that they do pertain directly to our work. Having been involved with many of them, I still maintain that CSBA is the most directly on point and valuable for our work, but there is value in some of the others. So that's really the question for us today. So individual members may attend school board specific trainings provided by other statewide organizations is an option. And I'd love to hear where board members are. Can I start on that end and go down? So Mr. Vargas?
Can I give you one thought before?
Yes, Mr.
One
Hoffman.
thought would be trying to do some type of a limitation as we kind of roll this up, is we could do something along the using similar language. Individual members may attend an additional board specific. So it gives folks the ability to choose one during the year.
And
then
additional.
then we can kind of monitor. And I think that might be a way to, as an initial step of expanding,
Yeah.
and then we can come back and wow, we had people go to things that we didn't think were appropriate. We come back and have the conversation, and we could tighten up, or we found some things and we want to go beyond statewide. moving forward. So I think it gives you some flexibility. That might be an easy to implement next step.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
Thank you.
safeguard. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
I agree with Nancy, Ms. Chavez Espinosa's point. And I'm fine with a phase in, like we start with one and then have a conversation. Did that work? Did that meet everybody's needs? The one caveat I would make to that is recognizing that newer board members are going to want or should be
yeah.
doing more. And so the more that we, the more that there is flexibility for newer board members, any board member in their first term, I think that would be helpful. I don't know that I will need it, but at the same time, I don't want to assume that every new board member is going to be in the same boat that I'm in. So
And the other piece of that line is there really are no limitations with regards to a new board member with the CSBA stuff, because there's a new board member piece that so our new board members generally
Yeah.
do more trainings. Our more seasoned folks may do a master in governance, per year kind of thing. They may just do the annual conference, but with the new members, there are multiple. And if somebody ends up on delegate assembly or somebody ends up in some of those other situations, we've always made sure that those kinds of things were covered. So that's why that CSBA thing, I think, really does cover the new folks, rushing, but then opening up to another association, I think there's value in that as well.
yeah, and just to clarify, my understanding is that all of the CSBA trainings and the masters in governance, those would be covered regardless.
Absolutely.
Really what we're kind of talking about here is that one additional, like that, is there some other conference that you wanted to go to? And I think I completely agree with that. So, yeah.
Mr. Fortuna, you okay with that proposed change?
Yeah, I agree with what we've been talking about. And I would just want, what I was going to say, and it's been said, is I would want a cap. And,
Fine.
not be open-ended, just a cap. And then we'll review it next year.
Wonderful, Ms. Jamerson.
I'm in agreement.
Wonderful, Mr. Yang.
Are we, that additional training or trip, is that limit to just the state of California or anyway?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. I read statewide to mean the state of California.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So just to try to close this out, Mr. Hoffman, this is where I think we are on that last bullet. Individual members may attend an additional school board specific training provided by other statewide organizations.
Yep. And then we'll do expected instead of encouraged in the previous bullet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Cruising. Okay, next one is the very next item below. And this was just a little bit of a clarification, and we've now have a clarification on a clarification, is making sure that when the board members are presenting at the end of the meeting, that they're reporting out on relevant meetings and or trainings. I'll add the or trainings, and I use the IE CSBA Delegate Assembly as an example. But those are the type of things. It's not the board's always been big. It's not a report out on other meetings. It's specific to things that are done within the board's scope of authority.
Okay. I was wondering, I don't want to go down trying to make this an exhaustive list. Do we want to, is there a way to make it more general? The IE is certainly appreciated. Is it CSBA activities? Because we capture advisory committees. We've had board members also be on the CSBA board of directors. So is it CSBA activities? Or I'm also thinking of other official assignments like our rep to the county board. So CSBA activities or official board assignments?
Board is so instead of relevant, so we have report on board subcommittee. That's clear, and that isn't an issue, I don't think, at all. Other board assignments or training. So there'd be three things that the board could report on: subcommittee work, assigned meetings. So City of Elk Grove, City of Rancho Cordova,
Those two.
a CSBA delegate assembly, any of those things where a board member, the board is really assigned the person to be that, or if the member attends a training. So that's the one we could add in to hold to Mr. Carnes, Mr. Forcina's piece of holding people accountable. If you go to a training, then you owe a report back out of what happened.
I think that rolls it up nicely. Yeah, so we'll rewrite the second bullet. It's going to be report out on board subcommittees, assigned meetings or trainings.
Yeah, and they'll say assignments,
Assignments, okay,
because it may not be a meeting necessarily.
okay.
When we get to that point in the agenda, can the cabinet be excused?
Well,
I'm sure they'd love to be excused.
I do think, limiting, because we do have the 5-minute pieces there as well. So we do want to be conscious. It is at the end of the night. If you do attend a training, there may be a quick, hey, I was able to go to the Latino school board members. A couple of the highlights were pop, and I'm going to forward some stuff to the superintendent that could be included in an upcoming Friday packet. So it'd be, so we try to keep that concise. But I appreciate the thought there, Mr. Forcina.
Okay, I think we've closed that one out. Last edit that we know of, Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, the only other one was a couple spots down, board appointed committees. And the previous language was just a little bit odd, so we tried to clarify for new members. A new member, if there was somebody that the previous member had placed onto a board subcommittee, that person could continue if the board member, or if the board member wants to have their own person, then they have the ability to make that switch. So we just wanted to make that language a little clearer than what it was previously.
It's definitely a good edit. Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. I'm going to be a little nitpicky.
Okay.
These appointments are to advisory committees because as we use the word subcommittee here, it's subcommittees of the board composed of board members. So can we just swap subcommittees with advisory committees?
Yep.
And that is all I have. Folks, do we have our plan of action for the next year? Yes, sir, with your microphone on, please.
When we addressed this back in August, we talked about effective elements of governance, and we talked about behavior as it relates to effective governance. And at that time, I listed a number of items that I felt were not conducive to leadership. And I believe that a number of those things still exist, which are not appropriate.
Mhm.
Being on their cell phone, being on their computer, eating, not paying attention, pushing themselves away from the dais. Those are all elements that show disrespect to the public, and I believe to each other on the board. So I just would reiterate once again that we are all responsible for our behaviors, and it's important that we communicate a positive message to the community.
Ms. Jamerson, I saw a hand.
Yeah, I just would like to respond to that I think that while I understand that your definition of professionalism comes from a dominant culture, there are things that people need to attend to in terms of their humanness. Some people need to stand up because they have back issues, and so needing to stand up, it doesn't mean they're not engaged. Some people need to eat at certain times because they may have, health issues that require that. So I think that people, what it looks like to be engaged may vary based on people's own humanistic needs. I also think that culture comes into play as well. So, I think that we need to give leeway and trust that our board members, our colleagues are putting forth their best effort. And if we have an instance where we are concerned with that, then that should be taken up individually with that board member and not on the dais.
And just, I would
Go ahead,
agree with,
Mr. Vargas.
I-
Mic is on.
yes. And I want to agree with that last statement. I mean, I think that this is something that I had flagged, when we first started this conversation, but because we had a ton of public comment, we had very little time to actually discuss these. Is that under addressing conflicts among board members, I think that we need a group agreement that any disagreements, any thoughts about, behavior need to be addressed individually, not at public board meetings, that, or at least that should not be the first place that these things are addressed. I think that is extremely important. I also want to repeat something that I said when we first addressed this issue, which is that we serve many roles. Professionalism is one of the ways in which we serve those roles. However, there are instances in which we need to serve a different role in a different moment, and that may mean acting in a way that one of our colleagues may think is unprofessional, right? There are instances on the dais or in public in which we are advocates, not neutral arbitrators. And so we need to recognize that sometimes I will be in a professional role up here and one of you will be in an advocate role. And that's okay, right? Because we're not necessarily elected to just be neutral. We are elected to have opinions, have thoughts, tell the public what those thoughts are. Sometimes from the dais, sometimes from, in public in another way. So I think that that's an important thing to remember. There was one other thing that I wanted to, on the last point, the board appointed committees, I did just want to tee up, I would like my colleagues to think about over the next year, as we talked about, are there other ways for engagement? Are there other ways for community engagement that we can sort of think about and create and collect? Because as we noted, Finance Committee was clearly not a great opportunity that was not being utilized in the way that it could be. But I think that there are other important opportunities. One, just to suggest, is something that came up in public comment that I think is an interesting idea, is we've seen a lot of equity issues show up at this board, in the past just year that I've been here. And so is that something where we can create an outlet, where we can create a release valve for the public on equity issues that we can somehow make useful to the district as a whole? We have a relatively young equity department. Is there something we can do? Is there something we can create that will help them, that will provide valuable feedback for them, while also creating an opportunity for the public to come in, comment in a way that can then be useful for us in decision making? So just something to think about over the next year before we have to redo this again.
Look forward to engaging in that conversation, Mr. Vargas. So I'm going to address, Mr. Fortuna's point. Clearly, I think we're on the same page, thinking that, the standards of professionalism and engagement are an expectation across the board. No disagreement there. Ms. Jamerson raises a good point that what those look like can vary, and they can vary for very good reasons, right? Cell phone use. Sometimes I have to look at my cell phone and ask Mr. Mate, hey, can you hear that person on the microphone? Or do I have to tell them to get closer, or some other AV issue, right? That looks different for people who are actively involved in the parenting of children right now. And obviously we would want people to keep that to a minimum. But the idea that we would say you can only serve on the school board if you can act as if you don't have parenting responsibilities is not something I wouldn't want to go there, right? Like we really want to represent, a broad representation on the board. And people who are actively parenting EGUSD students, I would argue, are an asset. So I wouldn't want to preclude that. Looking at your computer, respectfully, I think that might be a generational difference in how we access the information and when we access the information that we are using in these meetings. I mean, there's a reason that we provide the information in electronic format, because many of us are using it during the meeting. So I'm not really sure how that would improve our performance to disregard the information that we're engaging with. And there's some, frankly, I think kind of nitpicky stuff that's come up, and I know where it's come from. I would argue that this whole conversation has been about how do we focus on the work? How do we focus on our core mission, right? Professionalism and engagement absolutely should be the expectation, right? But should I have to tell people that, I'm on a cancer medication, that it's drying out my skin, and the fact that the wind is blowing at me for 7 hours is giving me chapped lips that are bleeding the day after meeting, so I'm sorry if I have to put on lip balm? Like, that is not an expectation that I want to create for public officials, right? There are folks who have opined that they think it's unprofessional for people to eat during meetings. I wouldn't want anyone who has to run this meeting to have the added pressure of having, people be hangry up here because they haven't eaten for 10 hours, right? I don't think that improves our performance. So there are going to be some things that we're just going to have to tolerate, that people need to engage differently, and it doesn't mean that they're less engaged or that they're less professional.
I'm not gonna,
No, I gotta give it right first, right? No, I appreciate the conversation in this regard. I think that, the four of you has make some really good point. And, first and foremost, we want to be professional to serve the community, and also help out our staff to serve the community, right? I mean, that's the most important thing. And being here at the dais is to listen and really absorb information so that we can do our job better as far as listening to the people, right? And for me personally, the points you four make, I think that, it is could take a part of each to make us a better board member. And, I think there's certain boundary that is very subjective, depends how you look at it, right? But it cannot be black or white, it's kind of like a gray area. And that comes to being respectful. For example, I mean, I get the point that, some of us, maybe have some sort of symptom, health reasons, right? And we may need to eat or, eat something that is sweet, just to get our blood sugar up, but we obviously don't want to tell or share with the public, or, so I get that point, but, to a certain extent, we got to be careful of what we do as well, right? And having said that, I'm not pointing anyone else, but nobody is perfect, right? I'm sure maybe in the past I have made mistakes that I should not, but that it's a great area, right? But just be respectful to the public, to the to our colleagues up here in the dais, and just continue to learn from one another, and be your best, but also have conversation within ourselves. And I think getting the feedback from our colleagues should mean something, and we should strive to be better. And I think that's why we should. That's how we should work within ourselves to be better. But I agree the fact that we cannot be black and white, but at the same time, don't be destructive to the community as far as provide any sort of action that could be very directive to certain type of categories in terms of being biased or whatnot, right? I mean, and that's could be subjective too, right? But we are adults, we are professional. I think that sometimes our emotion could get the best out of us. Who knows? But one meeting to another could be different kind of intensity, right? Different kind of emotion. But what I like to see is, when we speak, let's keep it within individual opinion and not, speak on behalf of the board. I think that's very I think to me is disrespectful and it's very ignorant when you put the board as a whole, when you speak on your opinion, right? So that's my 2 cents.
I think it was Mr. Fortuna, then Mr. Vargas, but not Mr. Vargas.
You know, and the last thing I want to do is get into argumentative discussion. But I do feel that in response to the comments I've made, there was defensiveness and an attempt to put me in a bad light for the comments. And I'm just going to share a couple of them. I am not stupid.
I don't think anybody has.
I have
suggested that,
sat-
Mr. Fortuna.
I have sat in a lot of different places on this dais.
Mhm.
I have eyes. When I see somebody not looking at the board agenda and looking at other items, I don't care in what context you put it in, as far as I'm concerned, that's wrong.
Mhm.
When you're at this table, you have one job. Your other job doesn't. You're smiling. You think I'm wrong.
smiling because I think you're asking us to apply a standard to the entire board that you don't always meet yourself.
That's, you know, you can say that. That can be real dangerous to be an advocate. We can, when it's appropriate, certainly within discussion, we can make comments and we're allowed to do that. And perhaps that's what you're alluding to, that you know, but to be as a board member, to take an active role as an advocate, I don't know where that fits in.
I mean, it's in our.
You advocate for VAPA.
Oh, right.
We all advocate for different areas that either align with our values or our experiences. And I think that we can advocate. I advocate for Black and African-American students all the time. I
Yeah, so
advocate
do I.
for equity. So I think that there are some areas of topic where people feel compelled to be an advocate.
Right. And, you know, in our policies, we specifically call this out. We specifically call out that we are supposed to be advocates for students, right? And this goes back to something that I said in a much prior meeting that I get in trouble for now, is that I see my job as being an advocate for students, as being biased in favor of students, because that's what we're supposed to do. That's what when I was elected, when I went out and walked, nobody asked me if I was going to be neutral.
Mhm.
The questions I got asked are, what are you going to do for students? Are you going to put students first? Are you going to be an advocate for students? Are you going to be an advocate for these students? Are you going to be an advocate for that student? You know, or those other students? And particularly because they, you know, thanks to nobody in particular, special education was a particularly large issue when I ran. I got asked repeatedly, like, where do you stand on this? Are you going to advocate for students? Are you going to advocate for more funding for students in this area? Repeatedly. And so I was asked to be an advocate for, you know, special education, for students in special education. And so there are instances in which that's part of our job, right? We were elected to do that. And there are also instances in which, right, my personal life experience isn't in a particular area. And so I am then not in an advocate role. I am learning, or I am taking it all in, or I am serving in a more neutral role. And what, Ms. Jamerson brought up is the perfect illustration, right? Where you have a personal life experience with something that I don't have. And so I want you to be an advocate in that situation, right? And then I want to take a more, step back role, listen, learn, be in that, headspace. And I think each of us was elected for that reason. There's a reason why the public sent a very diverse group of people up here, is to benefit from us serving in a variety of roles depending on the situation and our personal expertise and background, right? It's the reason why I am louder when it comes to LGBTQ students and quieter when it comes to other students. We serve in a variety of different roles.
Great. Okay, Mr. Yang.
No, I just think it's a positive discussion. I think, as a board member, I'm an advocate for students. I'm an advocate for the staff and for the community. I think what Mr. Fashina is alluded to, it's not, I think still, it could be subjective too, but, advocacy, there is a boundary too, I think, in my opinion. And I think, and what that means is that, just be respectful, be inclusive. We have the opposite training, right? Think of we, because we don't just have one background with students or parents. We have, all kinds of background, all kinds of different language, perhaps if I remember correctly, over 100 different languages in our school district, and we are the 7th most diverse school district in the nation. So just being, in that mindset, it's like, I know that we grew up in a different background, and, each of us, it's different, right? But we are voted to serve, a different background of students, staff, and the community. So just be mindful of that. We will make decisions that might seem or look to be biased or not, but if we are in the mindset of serving, the community as one community, I think we could sleep at night and feel good about it. But just don't come out here and say things out of bound. And again, I mean, that's up to each of us to do that too, right? But just be professional and respectful, and I think we should be okay.
So I want to go back to a suggested edit that was made. Okay with that? Page 7, the top section addressing conflict among board members. Second bullet talks about, let's see. So the request was made that we address issues directly, and I take that to mean outside of meeting time. We can incorporate that into the second sentence in the second bullet. The board and individual trustees will address issues directly outside of board meetings as they arise, et cetera. Yeah, it begins, the board understands that conflict will exist and recognize the importance of thoughtful and timely conflict resolution for effectiveness and the health of the board. And then the second sentence is the board and individual trustees will address issues. And I'm suggesting after issues to insert some language to the effect that we will take up those issues outside of meeting time with the individuals involved. Here, I saw some nods.
Sorry, is the group good with that?
I saw some nods. You okay with that, Ms. Jamerson? Okay, Mr. Yang, you okay with that? Okay, Mr. Fortino, you okay with that? All right, I think we're
Sounds
good.
You got it, yep.
All right, with that, I believe we've put this issue to bed, this item to bed. Thank you all. I appreciate the conversation. Always a good opportunity to realign kind of our values and how we want to approach the job. Mr. Hoffman, do you want to take the consent agenda before or after our lunch break?
I will take the chance to do the consent agenda before lunch.
Okay. Ms. to break and I'd like to call this, oh, wait, 1 second. Yes, Michael, don't leave. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and announce the time, and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. And I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 2:23 p.m. Thanks all.